Hello, hello, and welcome back. It is Monday. We're doing something very different today. Adam is finally going to focus, so let me delete this thing, on behavioral questions. Yeah. He has an Amazon interview this week where they want you to talk about their leadership principles. So it'll start with that. I don't really know what else to say here. But hi, everybody. Hey, Nui. Hey, Reformulate. Hey, Scrabble. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'll talk about this, I guess, in a sec. Let me at least figure out what this is about. I'm going to focus on behavioral questions after having done coding and system design questions for so long. And with interest, job hunt, no subs. Okay, let's do that. So, wow, August 7th was it called, Microsoft? Oh, yeah. Yeah, for anyone who didn't hear me talk about this, because I think I didn't stream on Friday, right? Yeah, I think I only talked about this in Discord. So the call with Microsoft was a little bit disappointing, unfortunately. I had first talked to like a director of engineering, and I don't know, there are like 85 people under this person. That only matters because one of those people is a lead underneath this person. And this lead I talked to on Friday. From the director of engineering, the job sounded pretty interesting and like, oh, cool, like I like this idea. And then from the lead, they said, oh no, my team is not doing exactly what you think we're doing. And it sounded way less interesting. So this call, the person said like, hey, I've got a coding question for you. I'm like, yeah, totally. Like, let's do this. You know, I've been prepping for so long. And then he's like, well, let me talk about the team first. And by the time he talked about the team, I'm like, you know what? Don't even give me the coding question. Like, I don't think this is going to go anywhere. So, yeah. Do you try to work for Amazon? I'm really conflicted about this right now. I have the interview on Friday, but I'm like super dejected from this process. And this is what I want to talk about next. I think so. What Amazon typically does for their behavioral questions is about their leadership principles. And they have 14 of these. And what's going on today? Check the date. Sorry, I always try to keep that up to date. They have 14 leadership principles, and I was prepping for this kind of interview with a friend yesterday who works at Amazon, and I just almost don't even want to put in the work to do this. Like I almost want to just completely work for a different company. And I recognize there's importance in this stuff, but yeah, I'm like ultra dejected. So I think what we're going to do today is just look through all the leadership principles and come up with like stories for them. Here's the page on them, by the way. Well, nice Scrabble. Yeah, I think it's pretty helpful to follow along with. A3D extended. So they have, I believe, 14 of these. And hey, yeah. Wait a second. They didn't. This can't be 14, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Yeah, this is. All right. They look shorter on this page. Thanks for. Yeah, I know. Good luck on Friday, despite what I just said. Yeah, and then the Google interview is on Monday. So the only streams that could be this week are probably going to be the first 3 days, if I even do them. But I think I need to do mock interviews. I think that's going to be the most helpful thing now. But yeah, I'm not feeling good about any of this process anymore. Feel like I wasted a bunch of time. There's a YouTube video, yeah. And there's blog posts and everything too. So let's get started on this. So best way to prepare is to consider how you've applied them in your previous professional experience. So originally, what I thought I would do is, like I said, there are 14 principles. So I would come up with 14 stories, one for each principle. But in the mock interview yesterday, what I realized is the questions you get aren't going to exactly map to one of these 14 stories you had. So it's probably better to come up with like 4 really strong, well, maybe like 6 really strong stories and just twist them for the question. Which, again, I feel this is I don't know. I shouldn't say this because I'm gonna just quit the stream if I keep saying this, which is I think this is all very silly. You have a technical phone screen in a few weeks and you'll feel ready. If you know roughly what they expect, like if it's algorithms and data structures, I think prepping for it, it's kind of tedious, but well, what am I saying? Never mind. Just act like I hadn't started anything. Hey, Krabby. Okay, so yeah, let's just make a new note. So Amazon leadership principle stories v2. I am going to do something really fast. Give me a sec. How do I do this? There we go. I think I did it. Yeah. All right, so I have a note here. Sent over a lot of resources. Yeah, depending on the position you're interviewing for, though, you might have more than enough time. You might feel like you're pressed for time. The phone screen itself, if it's just one, it probably shouldn't be too bad. And I don't know where the company is. I think that Amazon's technical screening process, from what I've seen so far, is not as difficult as their leadership process and other companies' technical processes. Did I have the interview with Amazon? No. So these things are happening Friday for Amazon, Monday for Google. Hey, Crow. All right, so let's just go through all of these. I'm just going to paste them all in, and we're going to try to come up with stories that... Actually, this is probably the wrong way to go about this. Well, I feel like, let me read these at least. So leaders start with a customer and work backward. They work vigorously to earn and keep customer trust. Although leaders pay attention to competitors, they obsess over customers. Leaders are owners. They think long-term and don't sacrifice long-term value for short-term results. They act on behalf of the entire company beyond their own team. They never say that's not my job. I wonder how many people internally in Amazon do say that's not my job. No, this doesn't matter. Am I nervous at all? I feel like I'm making the wrong decision, but I don't really want to talk about this too much because, like I said, I'm going to just get so dejected that I don't end up prepping for this at all. Everyone thinks it. Yeah, everyone probably thinks it for sure. So leaders expect and require innovation and invention from their teams and always find ways to simplify. They're externally aware, look for new ideas from everywhere, and are not limited by not invented here. Okay, yeah. As we do new things, we accept that we may be misunderstood for long periods of time. What? I don't understand this last sentence. As we do new things, we accept that we may be misunderstood for long periods of time. So I got an email from Amazon with examples for all of these things, I think. Example stories from the email I got. What is that one anyway? That is invent and simplify. That's here. Tell me about the most innovative thing you've done and why you thought it was innovative. Tell me about something you've done that you feel was truly revolutionary. Or tell me about a particular complex problem you solve with a simple solution. So this top level are things that I got in an email that I don't think were very helpful. Also, I should probably move this to something that everybody can read. Do I own success across organizational borders? Yeah, makes sense. Do you happen to work there, Daily Disclosure? And you don't have to answer this if you don't want. Hey, Koja. How you doing? How's the interview going? I'm doing okay. I've gone through various levels of burnout through this. I think I'm going through another one. Hey, Hamada. Yeah, let me move this to a different... I don't know where I should put this exactly. Thanks, EJ. I guess let's put this in MISC. Yeah, I'll move this over here. Oh, actually, let me do this off screen because this will probably end up moving something that I don't want to show you guys. Yep, it did. Okay. So note to readers, this note is only shared because I'm editing it on stream, not because I think it's valuable for you. For other, their stories and prep material specific to my own interview process. I'm almost there. Why go work for Amazon and Google and not startup? There's not a great reason. Yeah. Okay, so example stories from the email I got. And then this is from the leadership page in general. Actually, no, I should just lump them together. Yeah. Note the first part is from here. Well, I'll say is from Amazon's official, what is this? In-person interview prep page. Amazon's official interview prep page. And the example question is from an Amazon recruiter that pasted them to me in an email. Hey, Cross, hey, Daxi. Skins are rolled off for your job here. No, I'm gonna finish this process though with Amazon and Google at least, and also I guess I did reach out to Microsoft on Friday, so hopefully they get back to me today. It sucks how you can download notes and keep them locally synced with me. Oh, how you can't download notes? You mean? Because yeah, you can't. Okay, because I was gonna say you should be able to open this up in OneNote, I think, and then if you needed to download a specific note, I guess you could save it as a PDF maybe. I'm not actually totally sure about that. Okay, so let's consolidate all these things. So let's just, I don't know, do them in alphabetical order. That's probably the easiest. So R write a lot. As long as I remember it starts with an A and not an R, because I might think of just write. All right, so that's here. So this is short description, example question. Or I guess we'll just say example. Okay, what's next? Probably should figure out. This is already alphabetically ordered. Yeah, so bias fraction is next. Okay, let's move that up there then. Yeah, sorry, this stream is going to start out like very boring and probably get even more boring as I continue to do it. I'll just do this description and then example. Okay, we go and pull this in. This will get a little bit faster at least as I do it and there's less text to scroll through. Which position did I apply to? So at Amazon, it's the workspaces team, and at Google, it's just a Google position. I can answer these on stream. Yeah. Well, maybe not this specific set of questions, because as I was doing the mock interview yesterday with my friend who's an Amazon employee, he said these questions are kind of weird. Like I was just answering some of them, and he's like, I don't think you should do that. So I'll give you an example. The customer obsession one, it says, give me an example of your most difficult customer interaction and how you worked through it. What was the outcome? And so what I thought here is like, oh, I'll just treat this as though it's the interview question, right? But that's not a good idea. So this is where he was saying, I think you should just come up with like some strong stories and just adapt them for the specific thing. And pretty much no matter what your question is, just answer with, here's my first story I've got for you guys. So yeah, I think that's probably a better idea. Because originally I was going to just write 14 of these, one for each principal. I don't I don't think that's good because the story might not fit, and then I don't really have backup stories, I guess. Which position, back end or front end? Probably back end. I don't actually know anything about the position more than that. I mean, there was a job posting, but that was a long time ago, and I don't remember that. And I don't think I've talked to anyone on the team yet. And it's going to be on Friday. Doesn't have to be an experience. The whole point of all of these, and the point of pretty much every behavioral question you'll get in an interview, is so that they can figure out if you're going to be a good fit, if you're going to work for the company and do good things, or if you don't work well with others, or if you don't take ownership. So I guess it doesn't have to be an experience, but it's got to be something that paints you in a good light. Artie, thank you for the resub while sharing it. Yeah, it's going well, Artie. I mean, it's going well now that I'm trying to have the right mentality here, I guess. Your friend basically advised you to lead the conversation yourself. Yeah. I don't think it's really that. Like, okay, so here's what I've kind of thought about during the interview that I had yesterday. Leadership principles are all completely historical. Like, you can't talk about an example that you would act in a certain way, because at this point, like, I've had a long enough career where I should be able to say, oh yeah, this has happened and here's what happened when it did. And so I was, my suggestion was, why not just type these out and submit them as a document? And he said, how do we know if the candidate is lying? And that's kind of where asking questions comes in. These follow-up questions of, okay, what's the time you had a difficult customer interaction? Like, if you want to write fiction, it's probably very easy to be like, man, I had this really irate customer and I really overcame the tension and the difficulty in working with them. And I produced a solution they were so happy with that they spent 10 times the amount of money next year. And it's like, you could make up a story. And then if they ask you a question like, oh yeah, so, what was the customer, why were they mad? And you answer that, and then they're like, well, why didn't you consider this as an option? And at that point, your fictional story might start to break apart, I guess. But this is where things get a little bit weird for me, because fiction might as well be the same as like a lost memory for me. I've done a lot of different things over the last 5 years, and I hardly remember them. And I was trying to compile stories yesterday, and some of them were like, I don't know if you guys remember launch day of Botland, but I ended up writing a whole blog post about this. I don't even know where that blog post is. Let me go find that really fast. Yeah, here it is. I wrote this blog post in September of last year. So it's been, what, 11 months? I didn't remember practically any of this. And like, this was me documenting what I had done. I mean, thankfully, I did document it. So, I mean, I look back at it and everything's like crystal clear now. But I don't remember this stuff. And so if they ask me like, hey, why didn't you do this? I'm gonna be like, I need to look at the blog post or something. I mean, that's what the prep is for, right? And this is what my friend said too. Is like, well, if you can't go through the prep to do this, then I don't know. I'm just mad. That's all. Anyway, with my stream schedule, yeah, check out the schedule command. Although it's been changing a bit. Interview on Sunday. The interviews are going to be on Friday and Monday. So Friday's Amazon, Monday is Google. Yeah, I'm just mad. I think that sums up how I feel pretty well. But let's go back to this. Yeah, just bring someone to the interview who knows more about me than I do. Honestly, that'd probably give me a better chance than me prepping for this myself and talking about it myself. So customer obsession. Yeah, so I'll try to come up with some stories. Maybe we'll just, I don't know, we'll figure something out. Hey, Marco. All right, deliver results. Where's deliver results? Here it is. I wonder how much these got renamed over the years. I wonder how long these have been around for. All right, dive deep. I want to make sure I've covered, I guess, at least 7 of these things. Yeah, behavioral interview prep. I'm starting by just compiling all of the different leadership principles for Amazon. Okay, we're getting there. I guess these should just be at the bottom now. Okay, earn trust. Hi, Beldethus, and thank you. Is it a mock, or are you interviewing and improving your skills for that type of test? The Friday and Monday stuff that I said, those are real interviews. The thing I was talking about from yesterday was a mock, yes. Okay, frugality. Oh, this is the example. And yeah, maybe we should look at some of the things we have here. Blog posts and whatever. Thanks, Marco. How do you think studying on stream compares to studying off stream? Studying on stream for practically anything that I do provides a different perspective that it's hard to say that it's necessarily better or worse. So for example, when I was learning all the things about, I don't know, like NES ROMs, for example, there are people who know the answers to questions that only come up once you've started trying to consume materials for learning. So for example, if I gave you a tutorial on an NES ROM, you're going to have a question that the tutorial won't answer. Like it's almost bound to happen. And with real people there in chat who know about this stuff, they can answer those. And it's the same thing with interview prep. A lot of times, like let's say we were studying for system design, there'd be a lot of times where I'm like, okay, but in the real world, would we use blank or blank, something like this? You can't ask this question to like a GitHub repository. there's no one that like the README can't answer you. So when you're looking through someone's notes, you just have this question at the end. Now you have to go research it yourself. But when I'm streaming, I literally just say this out loud, and then someone's like, "Oh yeah, no, in the real world, here's what we do, or here's what we do, and here's why," and it's great. So with behavioral questions, I think one of my weaknesses has always been marketing. I very much like saying things plainly and kind of as they are. And while there is a certain amount of truth to doing that, it's not the way that people want things packaged. So marketing is like some amount of truth combined with fancy packaging in order to get someone to want something. And I'm not very good at doing that. So I think doing the behavioral questions on stream will help. I do have a README in the OneNote email store. Will this be available? Yeah, this is available right now. Although this, granted, doesn't have anything interesting in it yet. But yeah, this is online here. All right, let's keep going through this. Sorry, I'm doing this incredibly slowly. I know that. So have backbone. Where's that one? Here it is. Yeah, no problem, Z. Which company am I? Yeah, check out the job hunt command. Why lies fluffy wording being vague? Yeah. I mean, to some extent. Sometimes a product is so good that you don't need to embellish. But even then, it's like, does it hurt to embellish? And I just generally don't like that. Hire and develop the best. You know, a lot of these leadership principles are based on you working on a big team. And that's not something I've done in quite some time. In fact, I wasn't going to come up with any examples from beyond the last 5 years. Okay, insist on the highest standards. We're almost at the bottom of this. Okay, invent and simplify. We'll just put these in the right order now. Then ownership. Think big and learn to be curious. Okay. Yeah, for anyone just dropping in right now, so this is prep for the Amazon interview specifically. And yesterday I'd gone through these examples thinking, oh, if I just answer these, everything will be fine. But yeah, it's not a good idea. So we're going to adapt today and just try to come up with some stories and try to make this compelling. almost done with this. We have 2 more. So this one and this one. Good. There. Okay. Now I think the first part we need to do, so like my flow for this, one is going to be understand what the principles are saying. And then 2 is come up with some strong stories that fit many principles so that I can adapt them to the question. Originally, I had been trying to, I'm going to put this here. I've been trying to come up with a story for each principle. Then it was difficult to adapt them to the question asked during mock interviews. Worth, I did notice your dislike for unnecessarily embellishing things. Yeah, and I think, it's kind of an easy trap to fall into to say, well, engineering is about plainly stating things. And okay, sure, you could argue that, and I would probably argue that, but then that's working in a vacuum. And I think that when you work with other people, that's where a lot of these things are supposed to show, hey, here's how you'd work with other people, here's how you take ownership of a project. And that's where, yeah, I guess you need the more marketing friendly things. Am I working full time or prepping and interviewing full time? I'm prepping and interviewing full time, yeah. Question was along the lines of describe a time I took a risk. Yeah, and I think there's like yesterday, I did a mock interview. There were 2 questions, and I don't think we were really on the same wavelength as we were talking about this stuff. But one of the questions had to do with customer feedback. And so what I talked about is in Botland, there's this feedback tool that integrates with GitHub, and you can file bugs and feature requests right through here. And then I would work this into my workflow of go look on GitHub and see what did customers say and what did I do about it. He's like, okay, can you give me an example? And so I gave an example of like just what I remembered, which again is why this is bad and why I feel like remind myself of everything that happened. But I said customers were complaining about the progression rate. And so I sped it up. He's like, yeah, that wasn't a very compelling example. So this is why I feel like I need to do a lot of prep for this, but I don't know what exactly. Hope they won't watch the same behavioral interview prep. Why? If they watch this, wouldn't that just be fine? They'd know exactly what I do and what I think. Okay, so yeah, let's learn what these are. So they have strong judgment, good instincts. They seek diverse perspectives and work to disconfirm their beliefs. Okay. So my summary of the principles. So R write a lot. Sounds like, so tell me about a decision for which data analysis weren't sufficient. Give me an example when you had to make an important decision in the absence of good data. So this is how I had interpreted this just based on the example was when you don't have data and analysis, how can you still steer yourself toward in the right direction? But this apparently also has to do with, I guess more generically, how do you deal with ambiguity? So how do you deal with ambiguity? Broaden your perspectives and work in an environment when you may not have data or a strong indicator toward a particular path. So they don't purposely avoid the questions you worked on. I don't think they would do that even if they were to watch it in the incredibly unlikely event that they even did watch it. I mean, think about this. The people who would be interviewing me are likely just working right now and wouldn't be watching the stream. But like I said, in the incredible off chance that someone is, I think they'd probably not change their questions specifically for one candidate. And if so, in order to make the interview harder, I mean, the whole point of prep is so that you're prepared. literally what preparation is. So if they see you preparing and they're like, I'm gonna make sure that this guy's prep doesn't go anywhere, that's kind of mean, right? And the job search, oh, it needs an update. Thank you, Artie. I will update that. Okay. This isn't even true. Yeah. Okay. I won't be streaming those interviews. Microsoft, the Microsoft route that I was going down didn't sound like it would be a good fit, so I'm still looking into other jobs. Yeah. They're not face to face, no. I'll write that down. Yeah. Okay. So we got this one down. Now, bias for action. Speed matters in business. Many decisions and actions are reversible and do not need extensive study. We value calculated risk taking. This is acting fast, taking calculated risks. Current team leader for another position. Another position at the company? Because I think mock interviews are great, and they're one feedback point for your prep process, just like pretty much everything else that might exist. So, for example, if you just did a million leak code style problems, you might not actually get better at the interview process because it's possible you're doing them and not talking at all about what your thought process is, and that's valuable to interviewers. And so mock interviews are the same way. You could do a million mock interviews and feel like, oh, I'm doing excellently. But again, it's just another feedback point for you, I feel. Interview on Friday. Nice, 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 nice. Good luck. Yeah, this is essentially avoiding that. Yeah. Essentially this is avoiding analysis paralysis. Yeah, because I think it's very easy to get stuck on things. So leaders start with a customer and work backward. Earn and keep customer trust. So customer obsession. Start with a customer and work backwards. So it's like always think of the customer and how you can maintain their trust. Maybe it's more than whoa, Melmsy. you're the first person to cheer since I turned off subs. I set the minimum so high so that no one would do it. But thank you. Yeah, I saw you gifted like a bunch of subs, like 100 subs in Kipoga's channel. I was like, hey, I know Melmsy. Anyway, thank you very much for the bits, Melmsy. It's very nice of you and good to see you. What is analysis paralysis? Oh, okay, so let me answer these in order. The answer for this is yes, but I don't know if I'm going to stream them necessarily because they'll probably be with random people, and I don't know if they'll want them streamed. What is analysis paralysis? It's like weighing your options without ever picking one. That's the simplest way I'd probably put it. And this happens in engineering a lot because a lot of times they'll be like, okay, we need a new system. What language should we do it in? What technology? How should they communicate here? What blah, 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 blah. And you never actually just make the system. So at some point, you got to do that, right? Yeah, trust and product satisfaction. That's the other thing I wanted to add in here. Always think of the customer. How can you how can you how can you deliver a product or service that pleases them and earns their trust? Yeah, I think that's a pretty good way of putting this, right? Yeah. There's that God, who was it who said this? I thought it was Henry Ford, but I'm not actually sure. But it was something like if you'd asked customers what they wanted, and this is like in, I don't know, 1900 or something like that, they would have said they wanted a faster horse. And this is kind of interesting. This gets thrown around a whole lot. I wonder if you just search for like faster horse. Well, it was Henry Ford. Yeah. If I'd asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. And I think this can kind of show a lot of different things that you might want it to show. So one is that you don't trust your customers, but in some sense, the customers were actually still right in this case, right? They would have been fine with a faster horse if you'd somehow genetically engineered a horse that could go 60 miles per hour for 5 hours. They would have been totally happy with it. Yeah, horses on steroids. And yet also a lot of people use this to say no, the customer has no idea what they want and you kind of need to guide them in that direction. And I think both have their merits. Why do I use Bing? Mostly Bing rewards. Yeah. Okay, so let's keep going through these. We've got 3 out of 14. Deliver results. Leaders focus on the key inputs for their business and deliver them with the right quality and in a timely fashion. Despite setbacks, they rise to the occasion and never settle. Took you a long time to achieve or are still working toward. How do you keep focused on the goal given the other priorities you have? Where's my water? Okay, so it sounds like this is about persistence while being guided by key metrics. Yeah, so deliver results. Persistence guided by key metrics. Yeah. Sticking with a project. Well, let's keep reading that. Maybe there's something a little more. Sticking with a project and still delivering high quality. Yeah. APX. Being fried by the weather. What? What is that a picture of? Dr. Abamine? Approaching the fowl as stalking horse. Huh. Must be a clever hunting tactic. Catching blue hedgehog. There's an exploitation cost, a type of opportunity cost associated with prolonged analysis of what you should do. The time you spend studying your options, you could spend pursuing one of them and reaping the benefits. Yeah, and so this is really important because let's say you had two options. You had option A and option B. And let's say that you spent like 1 day deliberating. Now, that 1 day is not just necessarily a waste of time, right? If the 1 day you spend deliberating and you were leaning toward option A, which would have taken, I don't know, would have had some like goodness score of 100, and option B would have had a goodness score of 1,000. I'm just making things up here, right? Then it makes sense that you'd spend the day to go for option B when you previously wouldn't have. Now, if you were to spend a year doing this, maybe that changes this equation a little bit. So I think that's part of analysis paralysis is that sometimes it will save you a lot. And sometimes it's going to hurt you. And you've got to be able to differentiate when. And Doran, it's finally happened. Oh, I'll definitely be drinking from this in the interview. I'm not going to change my water bottle just because it looks like I'm using a big sippy cup. No regrets. So dive deep. Leaders operate at all levels, stay connected to the details, audit frequently, and are skeptical when metrics and anecdotes differ. No task is beneath them. Man, this was actually a sign of bad leadership at the last company I worked at, I think. I think one of the managers didn't really trust people enough, and so he kept going super deep on tasks that really should have been offered to the individual contributors, and that would have helped them grow too. And then he wouldn't spend his time on other things as a result of this. So I think all of these are supposed to be taken with a grain of salt, but they're principles. So yeah. So yeah, no task is beneath them. Tell me about a time where you're trying to understand a problem on your team and had to go down several layers to figure it out. Who'd you talk with and what information proved most valuable? Tell me how to problem you had to solve that required in-depth thought. Okay. So dive deep to me is be able to go to any level of depth necessary for the task or for the overall project, I guess. I think that's a pretty good way to say it. It wasn't really micromanagement in that case. It was more like imagine if a manager just did your job for you. Now, it's to some extent you'd be like, well, that's kind of nice, right? But like, let's say you're trying to grow in your career, or now your manager then takes credit for all these things, and you're like, well, where are all the tasks that I could have done? It'd be a little bit weird. So it's, micromanaging, I feel like, is your manager gives you a task, but then is like, you should do it this way. You should do it this way. Have you thought about this? Whereas this that I was trying to describe is more like they give you a task and they're like, you know what? No, I'll just do it for you. Okay, so dive deep. We're good. Earn trust. Leaders listen attentively, speak candidly, and treat others respectfully. They're vocally self critical, even when doing so is awkward or embarrassing. Leaders do not believe their or their team's body odor smells of perfume. Okay. This is a much nicer way of saying the colloquialism here. They benchmark themselves and their teams against the best. Give an example of a tough or critical piece of feedback you received. What was it and what did you do about it? Give me an example of an idea you had that was strongly opposed. Why was there so much resistance? How did you handle the negative feedback? Okay, so earn trust as far as they're concerned is be critical and introspective, since you may not always be right, and treat people with respect. Okay. Let's keep going. Frugality, accomplish more with less. Constraints breed resourcefulness, self-sufficiency, and invention. There are no extra points for growing headcount, budget size, or fixed expense. Give an example of how you help save costs or eliminate waste within your operation. Tell me about a time when you had to make trade-offs between quality and cost. Okay, I mean, I think frugality is pretty straightforward here, but um, saving resources but still delivering a good product, or while still delivering a good product. Yeah. Blue ice cream horse. It's Sonic the Hedgehog. Let me show you the full picture. Where is it? It's this. It was a popsicle that I had. It's one of my favorite pictures I took. So efficiency? I think efficiency is a part of this. But let's say you were to take a task that takes 10 days and do it in 8 days. I don't think that's necessarily an example of frugality, although you could consider it to be like time frugal maybe. But yeah, I think it's mostly like saving money. I think mostly is what they want. But yeah, saving debt resources as well. So have backbone, disagree, and commit. Leaders are obligated to respectfully challenge decisions when they disagree, even when doing so is uncomfortable or exhausting. Leaders have conviction and are tenacious. They do not compromise for the sake of social cohesion. Once a decision is determined, they commit fully. Okay. So I think I understand this. This is don't be afraid to fly against the grain despite pressures to do so. I think it'll help the business. Yeah. Okay, hire and develop the best. Leaders raise the performance bar with every hire and promotion. They recognize exceptional talent and willingly move them throughout the organization. Leaders develop leaders and take seriously their role in coaching others. We work on behalf of our people to invent mechanisms for development like career choice. I'm guessing that's a link on their site. Career choice. What is this? Why is this capitalized? Doesn't even link to anything. Okay, I don't know what that's supposed to be. It's probably some program they have at Amazon that I don't understand. So give me an example of one of your best hires of your career. How did this person progress through their career? What did you identify during the hiring process? Tell me how you helped your team members develop their careers. Okay, so this is identify. It's like identify and reward talent. Identify, foster, and reward talent. Yeah. And by foster, I should say develop, I guess. Hey, Aurelio. Yeah, I don't have a command for that. Have I hired people before? I hired a lot of people for Botland, and I guess technically also for Adam Learns. Well, I shouldn't say a lot. I mean, it was maybe a total of like 12, but they were all in contractor positions, so it was very different from hiring an employee and like worrying about their career as well. The closest I got to some of those discussions, so the only developer that I hired in the last 5 years was Hideo, and Hideo is already a very senior engineer. And so I asked him at one point, like, "Hey, is there anything you want to be working on?" He's like, "Whatever you think helps." And that's it. That was the end of it. And yeah, he did every task that I'd given him. He did it well. And so when people ask me like, "Hey, what was the time you worked with a difficult developer or something?" I have to pull stories from before the Botland era, and then it's very difficult to remember what happened for any of those stories. So yeah, this is like if everything goes well, you almost don't even have a chance to talk about some of these things. So insist on the highest standards. Leaders have relentlessly high standards. Many people may think these standards are unreasonably high. Leaders are continually raising the bar and driving their teams to deliver high quality products, services, and processes. Leaders ensure that defects do not get sent down the line and the problems are fixed so they stay fixed. Tell me about a time you wouldn't compromise. Yeah, I bet if someone really, really takes these and tries to internalize them all, they'll see something like this, insist on the highest standards, right? So they'll be like, oh man, I'm not going to back down. This is not a good enough standard. And then someone else will see this one, have backbone, disagree, and commit, and they'll be like, no, this is too high a standard. Like, you can't do this. And then they just get in this endless battle. Honestly, that probably just happens at every company, whether you have leadership principles or not. Hey, Polly. So I guess have higher standards than you might normally. Wish you'd done better. Okay, so have a very high standard for how things are done. And make sure, yeah, make sure you don't make the same mistake twice. Hey, Karsten. Hey, Abstruse. And yeah, Aurelio, I like showing this process, but I also think it's just more motivating to do this online. I was doing this yesterday and I was doing this kind of in a vacuum, and I think the process didn't end up working all that well. What's weird is this is how I've gotten used to working over the last 5 years, is just being on Twitch and doing things. And I'm going to go to a process where I won't have that almost certainly. Okay, let's look at this. So invent and simplify. Leaders expect and require innovation and invention from their teams and always find ways to simplify. They are externally aware, look for new ideas from everywhere, and are not limited by not invented here. As we do new things, we accept that we may be misunderstood for long periods of time. So innovation and simplification. I'm doing well, Abstruse. Yeah. So innovate and simplify. Favorable to innovation and simplification. Hey, Ramy. Okay, learn and be curious. They're never done learning, always seek to improve themselves. They're curious about new possibilities and act to explore them. It's the coolest thing you've learned on your own that's helped you better perform your job. Tell me of a time when you took on work outside of your comfort area and found it rewarding. I mean, this has pretty much been my last like 5 months, but it's hard to say that it's necessarily helped on the job. I mean, the job was sort of just to learn. So learn and be curious. I guess just never stop learning and push your own comfort zone. Okay, very important to learn all of these things. So, ownership, leaders are owners. They think long term, don't sacrifice long term value for short term results. They act on behalf of the entire company. Never say that's not my job. Tell me about a time when you took something significant outside your area of responsibility. Man, I, I guess we kind of talked about this a little bit, but a lot of times it's not a good idea to do this. Like if something's not your responsibility, you might not do it the fastest, or you might be doing it wrong. And I think finding the person who's responsible is good. Now, granted, that implies that there is someone who's responsible. I mean, you might be working on a product and there just there's nobody else. So I guess the takeaway from this is the never saying that's not my job. That's not my job. Take on responsibilities outside of your take on extra responsibility where appropriate. Consider adding the emotes back through FFZ. I don't think that's a good idea because these are things that used to be part of the subscription benefit. And I don't know where Twitch stands on that. And so, hey, Gleos. I suppose to continually weigh these principles against each other. Yeah, I agree with that. Trying to have the highest possible standards, doing everything the best possible way can lead to analysis paralysis. Yeah. Yep. I think, by the way, yeah. Okay, you realize. All right, so there are a few more. No, there's one more. Think big. Thinking small is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Leaders create and communicate a bold direction that inspires results. They think differently and look around corners for ways to serve customers. Give me an example of a radical approach to a problem you proposed. What was the problem and why did you feel it required a completely different way of thinking about it? Okay. Thanks, Clears. Hope you're doing well too. So set out on a bold direction instead of being satisfied with the status quo. Radical approach for problem you propose. Okay, so that's the first part. Now we need to come up with some stories. So the way I think it's worth doing this is to come up with some just good stories and find out what they apply to. So I'm probably going to write something like story 1, principles, are right a lot, bias for action, etc. So we'll try to do something like this. Modify incident criteria, which are owned by product team. My goal was to include technical outages to the list of possible incidents, even if customer impact is not yet identified. Yeah. I think those sorts of things are important. I think that it's sort of tough talking about things abstractly like this, like, hey, here are a bunch of principles, because then when you're on the job, you have a million different pressures. And I don't even mean peer pressure necessarily. I mean things like time pressure, money pressure, product pressure, customer support, whatever other things we need to do, so that all of these lines become very blurred. There's probably people who are like rising up the career ladder at Amazon by just saying like, I'm going to align everything I do to these things and try to speak this language. I feel like that's the whole goal of this. Yeah. I think the entire goal of this prep is to speak the leadership language and almost nothing else. So it's market yourself positively. Make sure everything you say aligns to these principles. Yeah. Will I stream if I get a job? I sort of talked about this in the job hunt command. I bet it's going to die down quite a lot. not my job, that was a good improvement for the company. Yeah. Yeah. And I'd like to think I would do some of these things, but it's very hard to say what happens in these situations. Like, it's entirely possible that I start working for one of these companies and I treat it like just a job. And I'm like, well, I don't care anymore. Okay, so I've got some stories, and I got to figure out exactly where they fit in. I think another thing I could think of is like, what are some stories that match any individual one, and then just try to expand the story a bit. So let's look through. Well, let's just think of like, what are some stories I want to talk about. One thing I wanted to talk about is the Fargate investigation. You know what? Let's write these down in here. I guess I'll write that. Fargate investigation. So I'm not sure what principles we're gonna write. Definitely Dive Deep was on here, and definitely Frugality was on there. What else? Ownership to some extent, I guess. I'll tell you guys the story in a second. Let me just keep looking at these. No, I think this is. Something like this. Okay, so this story basically can be pulled from my Reddit profile. So let's go learn the details about this story. And we're going to put all this in situation, task, action, result. That's the STAR method that, I don't know. Anyway, I'm just going to write this out like this. Okay, so posts. We have a post somewhere about, here it is, 1 year ago, January 3rd, 2019. Whoa, what? That's not a thing. Did this get like moderated out? Okay, that's weird. Does this show up for anybody else? Because this has been online for a very long time, and I think when you search for like Fargate on Reddit, yeah, you get to this performance issues thing. I wonder if this is being covered up. And if so, why this one isn't being covered up? The follow up that actually said this was a problem and that Amazon offered credit. Very weird. Very, very weird. Well, I'm going to take a picture of this before I just totally forget everything that happened in this issue. I mean, that is strange, right? Why would you have any reason to go back to this thread? I feel like I should make a post here and just say, oh, new comments can't be posted. Yeah, very weird. If you log in, can you see your own post? Oh yeah, I can at least. Strange. All right, I'll contact the moderators. But still, I wanted to talk about this issue. So what happened, the summary of it, which I guess we can only see over here. So situation, I was working on Botland, which is a very CPU intensive game for the server, given how much, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I mean, it all goes away. So I was running the servers on AWS's Fargate, which, and one day I noticed my processing time for my own performance metrics had gone down. So task, identify why they got worse and fix it. And action, this is actually technically part of the situation, I guess. I didn't necessarily have any single, I guess I'll say many variables had changed since I was undergoing a significant refactoring. What was I doing? I was, oh darn it, I don't remember. This is a problem with this stuff. I was doing something that made it very tough for me to even tell what might have caused this. This was January of 2019. So I'd launched the, no, I don't. Like you meant resources online? Sorry, Lydia, I didn't know what you meant by my resources, but probably. Yeah, I guess this isn't really important then. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe even putting it on Fargate. Maybe that was it. I think that's what it was. I was originally running my servers on AWS's EC2, and I had my own performance metrics being reported. I eventually migrated to Fargate and noticed that the metrics had gone down. So yeah, task was identify why performance degraded and fix it. Action, this took like a week of investigating. Yeah. So I investigated everything in my own stack, writing custom tools and tests to figure out where the issue may be. Nothing proved fruitful there. So I started writing tests for Fargate itself. No, actually, I went one up the stack. I went to Docker next. So I started writing tests around Docker containers themselves. It wasn't until I continued diving very deep that I discovered a problem with Fargate itself. So result, Amazon fixed the bug and my performance problems were alleviated. It took a week. Yeah, I'm using the star method. And then I also put an L at the end, so it's starl for me. But I think the learnings are pretty important. So learnings, never assume that some part of your stack is immune from bugs. And I used to say this on stream, which is, let's say you were coding C++ back in 1990, assuming C++ even existed, which I'm pretty sure it did. C with classes. Back then, you would write your code, and if you got a bug, you might actually think, hey, this could be a compiler bug. You would almost never write code nowadays and say, yeah, this is probably a C++ compiler bug. It had to be just such a weird edge case for that to happen now. But at some point in software development, that was more likely. Well, now it was kind of the same thing where I'm running on a cloud platform and I thought, there's no way it's the cloud platform that's wrong, right? So I just kept thinking, it's got to be something else. It's got to be something else. And this investigation took so long. Yeah. So yeah, never assume that some part of your stack is immune from bugs. One other thing I learned is ask Amazon for way more money for investigating their bugs. That's not something I can actually write down. When was C++ made? Oh yeah, 1985. So it wasn't. It was like barely around as of 1990. Yeah. So yeah, never assume that some part of your stack is immune from bugs. I guess don't trust people on the internet. You know how many people said this couldn't have been the issue that it actually ended up being? Like suffering with microburst, that wasn't the problem. This person just asked a question, which is totally fine. It's more interesting to see any performance gains above one CPU. Yeah. Yeah, this got very technical. Most parts of this investigation got incredibly technical. Because I remember looking into some of this stuff. Yeah. What stack was I using? It was, I mean, if you're talking about just the back end here, it was AWS as the infrastructure, and it was Node.js and like MySQL and I don't know, whatever else might matter, Docker. Yeah, you can. Oops. Yeah, so this is one thing that was good. I guess. Can I ask a really dumb question? Front end or front end? Oh, I usually hyphenate it, but I don't think it matters. I think language is meant to communicate things to other people, and we live in a time where everyone in the world can now talk to anyone else, even if they don't necessarily speak the language. So languages start morphing faster and faster. Nice, Gravel. Yeah, glad I could help with that. There's got to be some other learning that I have here, right? I yeah, I don't know. I guess this is like learnings for the future. And so it's yeah, never assume that some part of your stack is immune from bugs. Yeah. Okay, so that was one such thing. Let's link to the relevant Reddit threads here. Related resources. Reddit thread number 1. Then we had, is that the same one I just pasted? Yeah. Then we have Reddit thread number 2, which is here. Yeah. Okay. So that's one story. Now let's talk about some other ones. I had some other stories actually that I'm not sure if they're even good. Let me go find them fast. Yeah, Botland launch catastrophe. I'll just paste this in, I guess. Yeah. So I'll paste this in and we can maybe talk about whether this is even a good thing to include. So situation, let's. Hideo, you can't resub. Good to see you again, Hideo. I'm thinking about reaching out to you for a little bit now. I was talking about you earlier in the stream as being a good developer. But yeah, thank you for the resub. It's the last one. Trust thy put from other people, but don't take it as a holy grail. What? Now that I don't know what you mean for that. All right, so yeah, I'd been working on Botland. It was ready to launch. Launching meant resetting players' progress without deleting their accounts. I planned a migration. How is this happening? All right, welcome back to YouTube Programmer D. So for anyone curious, if you subscribe on Twitch, you don't actually have to share the subscription. And then after, I don't know what, 25 days or something, it probably goes away. So I've turned off subscriptions so no one new can subscribe. So these people are sharing their subscriptions. Subscribed until 2022. Can you subscribe in advance? You're not able to sub, that's for sure. You can only just announce that you had subbed if it was in the last month. Okay, this caused my migration to take too long. I'll probably leave this here, but I wonder what this even shows. Principles. I mean, this is also dive deep. A lot of what I did here was dive deep, I guess. Let's look at what other things it might fit. This is a hunch that I had without data. Maybe I should say why these things are the way they are. Yeah, dive deep was definitely there though. I think everything is an example of ownership, but I don't think I can really say that. What else happened here? Yeah, it's kind of insist on the highest standards. Yeah. This is where I should probably just mutate all these stories to fit whatever I need. Best looking OneNote I've ever laid my eyes on. Impressive. Thanks, large talk. This particular one that I'm doing is really, it's very specific. And that's why I don't know how helpful it's going to be, but people end up asking for it. Some other people have to have today, but don't take what they say as sure. Oh, other people have to say. Yeah. I generally agree, but I think that, man, this is why I feel like everything in moderation is just such a key principle of life. Like, follow this and all will be well. So I think I got to a point, I don't know when this happened, where I just stopped trusting basically everybody. Pretty much if I didn't see it with my own eyes, then it wasn't true. And that's a really bad stance to have in life. So I think that you should generally trust the small things that aren't worth contesting. So if someone's like, "Hey, I went to the post office today," it's like, "Okay, they went to the post office today, right? I don't have to ask follow-up questions and find out if they really did." But yeah, if someone's like, "Oh yeah, the performance on this is fine," you could just be like, "Hey, can I see those numbers?" Oh, I see what you're saying, Lede. You're saying add this as a learning for the future. Okay, I did not understand what you were getting at there. No, I don't think I necessarily want to say that. Yeah, you didn't go to the post office. This guy's a phony. Yeah, large dog. I learned a lot about just kind of taking notes over the years. Because originally I started with just gigantic lists of bullet points, and I'm trying to get better at this because I feel like this is going to really help. So that was one story. Let me see if I can go find another story that I had because I think I only had one more that I wanted to talk about. Although I don't know if it was good. Yeah, the Botland redesign. God, this was a tough one. So I'd co-founded Exonomist with one other person. We designed a game sort of in a vacuum. After about a year of development work, I had a hunch that what we designed would be fun. It's difficult to tell with a game because any product is designed to meet the customer's needs. The needs from a customer for a game is just have fun, which is hard to quantify. Yeah. Okay, so what leadership principles does this fit? I think it's definitely insist on the highest standards for sure. In fact, we should probably just list what the most important one is for each thing. Yeah, I'm just going to do that. So main principle, the principle here was dive deep. And then like sub principles, I guess we'll say are these other ones. Yeah, the main principle for this it's customer obsession a little bit. Earn trust maybe? Yeah, sub principles we could say customer obsession are right a lot. And didn't I say something else as I just listed that out? Yeah, I don't remember any of this. Deliver results. So that's about it. Yeah. Okay, and then the redesign, yeah, definitely insist on the highest standards and sub principles. Who knows? Yeah, who knows? I guess ownership. Yeah, I guess ownership kind of comes in here due to co-founding issues. Okay. Did I get any response from the interviews yet? I didn't actually have the interviews yet. So the thing that happened on Friday, which maybe you're talking about here, is I had a call with Microsoft. And I talked about this a little bit earlier, so I'll try to make this fast. So I talked to the director of engineering first, and then to a recruiter, and then to the hiring manager. I did not realize it was going to be through this process. When I talked to the hiring manager, I found out that the team wasn't what I expected that it was going to be. So I just said, I don't think we're going to move forward with this. So I didn't even get to the interview part because when he told me what the tasks would be on the job, I just said, I don't think that's for me. Thanks, Fled. And now, hi, Fled from the future. This is where you left off. Backbone. Wasn't the whole botland sticking with the project? Yeah, I guess I could say that here. Where is this? There was something where we talked about persistence, right? Yeah, deliver results. So note almost every story I have relates to deliver results and ownership. Because of the persistence involved and ownership, because I was the owner for everything. What kind of tasks? That team would have been like they work a lot with Chromium and Electron, and I don't know, there are like some interesting problems. But the team itself was like the native layer beneath those things. So I mean, I guess this isn't really private. It's Teams as a product. So if you don't know what Teams is, it's basically Skype 2.0. And so they run on, Chromium and Electron and but then they had this native layer, and that native layer is responsible for things like, Bluetooth communication or USB devices or whatever else you might have. And that just does not sound interesting to me. Is have backbone. Oh yeah, okay, I see. That's true. And I'll give you a point too, Smur. Basically gave Microsoft a pass. I mean, this was one team. Microsoft is a big company. I'd still be happy to work there, just not at that one particular team, I think. And even Teams as a product sounds fine to me. It's just I don't want to be doing like C++ level development work for the next 3 years. Okay, wait. So hang on. What was I saying? This one? Yeah. Yeah. Stick with status quo. I should probably write these down for these two. Customer obsession. Are right a lot. These kind of speak for themselves, I guess. Didn't have a clear. This was also deep dive, I guess. A lot of these are deep dive. This one's a very clear deep dive, though. Yeah, I don't like C++. I think C++ will get better in my mind when apparently modules come out. I guess that's in the next version. But just header files, man. Header files are the worst. I think most of it would be C#. No, it was C++. Were they supportive of being open to you interviewing for another position? What does that look like? Here's something that you kind of have to think about for this. Like I said, there's the director of engineering, and then under him are a bunch of leads, and then under those people are a bunch of direct reports, right? So there might be 4 people on this team and whatever, 5 people on that team. The director of engineering would want you to work for any of the teams underneath him or her. In this case, it's a him, but they want you to work under any team underneath them. The lead doesn't really care if you go work on another team. Typically, hey Codephobia, thanks for the raid. Have I tried Rust? Yeah, we spent a week or 2 learning Rust in here, which wasn't long enough to fully learn it, but I tried it. I like it. Hey Kotodon, how'd the stream go, Codephobia? So anyway, my whole point of this is like someone up the org chart is going to want you to be hired at the company, but it's not going to be at this level usually. It's probably not going to be at this level. And at some point, people are going to stop caring about like, yeah, let me get you hired into a different org completely. Do you know a stack or a project for AWS? You could put pretty much anything on AWS. I would say any project, even if it's a small website, like practically anything you can think of that's got to be online, you could put on AWS. And even some of the things that you don't necessarily want online could still turn into an AWS project by using VPCs correctly and securing it all, which granted probably wouldn't be too crazy. But yeah, I think the ideal answer is like, well, something that needs all of the features of AWS. So scaling and machine learning and metrics and CDN and a load balancer. What's Rust good for? Rust is good for writing safe backend code. I'm trying to get a new job from pleb tech support into pleb tech support. Yeah, what I'm doing today is the behavioral stuff. So for anyone who hasn't seen the Today command, the way the interviews are typically split, at least for what I'm going to be doing, is there's some amount of code, there's some amount of system design, and there's some amount of behavioral questions. And the way that Amazon does this is the split is like 33, 4/3. I'm going to say, instead of trying to figure out the exact number here because it's going to take me too long, we're going to say like it's like 40% behavioral, 40% code, and no, that's actually not fair. Like 30% code and 30% system design. This is what I feel like the percentages are based on how much time is being devoted to each thing. There's something you were interested in, or they think you might be a good for under that director. Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't know. Under that particular director, the other two teams that they had 3 teams. The other 2 teams did not sound that interesting. Yeah. Behavioral part's the easiest part. I don't think it's necessarily the easiest part, but as far as the technical stuff, I mean, all of my other streams for the last, man, that sometimes just doesn't work. Whoop, this changed. All of my streams for the last like month and a half were just technical interview prep. So if you want to take a look at any of those might help you. Oh, Mississippi, the way I'm splitting things up is that code is not the same as system design. So the way you're saying it has 0% system design, which, yeah, they definitely have system design too. And yeah, welcome, Notorious. Just got promoted to director of engineering. Wait, what? I can't tell if this is a joke or not. What's this last part mean? Speaking if you're outline. Oh, okay. Got it. The thing that I had drawn out before. Yeah. Did you really get promoted? Because if so, congrats. You'll do great with all this prep. Most people skip the LP and fail because of it. Well, thanks, Team Jam. Yeah. I did a mock interview yesterday. He said, I guess their scale goes from red to green, and I guess there's different shades in between. So there's light red, yellow, and then light green in between these things. So it's really like this. There's 5 in this scale, and he said that I'd be somewhere from a light green to a green, which I guess is a higher. I don't know. So yeah, I think more mock interview stuff is going to be helpful. Okay, yeah, nice, EJ. Definitely congrats. Type out a proper congrats here. Why interview at a FANG as opposed to a smaller size company? I'm very torn on this Haunted Valley, so I don't think I have a good answer to this question. It's something I've been asking myself a lot. I've had a lot of identity crises in this last month. At some point, I want to talk about that. There's something that I originally was being very tight-lipped about, and now I think I can talk about it. But I think it's a very, very personal conversation. So I still want to think about whether I will share that on stream. So, but maybe that'll happen at some point. If I consider doing a PhD, actually, no, that's never crossed my mind. I don't. So almost always, let me back up. I keep kind of starting this, but not really. This is not the deeply personal thing I was going to talk about, but generally, just how kind of my personality works is I get locked on one goal at a time, and then everything needs to support that goal. And so my goal for February up until about June was Adam Learns, and it was like make courses, make money, like build an audience, and all that was working great. And then I switched to interview prep, and now the goal is clearly like get a traditional job. And so I feel like this is now a barrier for everything else that I want to do. So if I don't get a traditional job, then I feel like I can't work on this other stuff. So I'm not going to make courses anymore. I'm not going to try to build up Adam Learns. I was working on a prototype for a game. I'm not doing that anymore either. So this is kind of my issue that I have. And there was a reason why I started saying this. Oh yeah, a PhD. Yeah. So a PhD to me is that there has to be some goal and that the PhD is the path to that goal. Also, I am now dropping frames. Well, there was it was a new game, but it's not going to turn into like a full thing. Let me put this up here somewhere. Yeah. Can I see your comments? I can see your comments. Yeah. If you want me to read one of your messages, by the way, just tag me in it, right? Just say like at Adam or at 3531. But how to make the most of an internship? That's a very open-ended question. I think in general, I would say ask questions, focus on learning, and don't be afraid to make mistakes. This is how you'll learn. We don't hurt the company at the same time, but yeah. I see you. Yeah. Okay, let me close some of these things. Okay, so I've got to come up with some other stories. There's a OneNote that I have that I really, really like. Crazy bugs I found and how they were fixed. Unfortunately, I think every single thing in this note fits into deep dive. And I think we have enough stories for deep dive now where we don't need them. But some of these were pretty interesting. This isn't a public note, but it's not like I have to hide it either. But let's go look at some of the other leadership principles and see what I can try to get out of those. Which ones don't I really have? So I've dive deep, I've earned trust. So dive deep, earn trust, and insist on highest standards. Yeah, let's go look at some of the other ones that I can get strong stories for. Do you have suggestions of how to get from a tech support role into the role of network security sysadmin? I've only gone to school for 8 months. That is a path I'm unfortunately unfamiliar with, both the start and the end of the path. So it's going to be hard for me to give advice on that. But I guess, again, to just give kind of a general answer, in most of computing, it's going to be do the job you want to do for fun. And I say for fun here, I don't know what sysadmin stuff you can do for fun, because with programming, it's like, okay, just go find a project you like and work on it. But with network security, yeah, I'm not totally sure what you can do. So I guess instead of for fun, it'd be like, maybe there's some like open source equivalent in that world. I don't know enough about it. Code it on. Sorry. Do you think you can get a FANG job right out of college? Yeah, I think so. Okay, so every company out there wants to have some mix of like new blood and senior developers, and that's what'll keep you healthy in the long term. You grow new people into senior developers. Ideally, you have senior developers help teach new people. You get a good mix of work done with this combination. And the biggest companies are no different. They do a lot of college hiring, so definitely possible. Is it kind of the case that interns are expected to do boring things? It all depends on the company. I know that some of the big companies out there care a lot about their intern experience. Microsoft, for example, sometimes treats their interns almost better than they treat their full-time employees. Like interns would usually get some gift that was worth somewhere between like $1,000 to $2,000, which granted is not all it takes to treat someone well, just giving them gifts or money or something. But it was like, hey, we'll give you a nice laptop to work with, and you can just keep it when you're done. And they would try to get projects that make sense for interns. So it's not always grunt work. How did the interview go? The thing on Friday wasn't really an interview. It was just a call with Microsoft, and the short story is that it wasn't a good fit. I didn't like the team. I didn't like the work on the team. Excuse me. The guy seemed really nice. I liked him, but I don't think I should work for someone just because I like them. I think I should like the work as well. Yeah. Yeah, sure. So your detailed plan is first going to be get to the mainland. Was that vanilla one? Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah. How are things going? They're going well. I'm glad I started streaming this today because this process is just a huge drag. Is the sub button gone? Yeah, the sub button's gone. What would the tasks have been? The tasks would have been native development work on something that sounded like it would have been more like Node.js development that wouldn't have been as native. It was the product was Teams at Microsoft, which is like aka Skype too. I keep calling it that. If you know what Skype is, you know what Teams is. They're probably very different. I don't know that much. I've used Teams like 3 times in my life, but that gives you the general idea. It's used for calling. It's used for chatting. It's probably used for other stuff. So was that your last round at Microsoft? Yeah. So that was pretty much an informational, although it wasn't supposed to be an informational. He said like I have a coding question, and I said, well, can you tell me more about the team first? He told me about the team, and I said, okay, yeah, I don't think we should do the coding question, and that was it. No hard feelings or anything. I don't think he felt like I wasted his time. Whatever. It was only a 20-minute call, but yeah. And then what we would have done is gone to a technical interview. How many interviews have I failed? So I have done maybe I don't know, like 6 or 7 interviews in the last 2 months. I don't know how many. And yeah, one of them went really poorly. Yeah. Should have done a coding question. I'm not going to do a coding question for a team I don't want to work on. I don't see any point in doing that. Oh, darn it. I should have closed that tab. That's the one tab I need to keep open. Earn trust at dive deep. Yeah. Okay, so what other leadership principles can we try to cram in there? So here are all of them. And we get rid of this one, and this one. Okay, so we have these left. Do I have, let's just start at the top of the list. R write a lot. So to me, this was how do you broaden your perspectives, deal with ambiguity, or work without having the data? I have a story that kind of works for this, I guess. Wait, didn't I say this somewhere? Yeah, kind of works. I mean, I guess this one is more no real metrics behind fun. Yeah. What I dislike, just the work that I'd be doing. I don't C++ jobs don't really appeal to me too much. And the guy I talked to at first made it sound like, oh yeah, don't worry, the native layer is already pretty much done. We're not going to be working on that too much more. And then the guy I talked to after that is like, oh no, the native layer is like what we do. That's the job. So I thought, okay, that's a little bit strange that the first guy told me something different, but try changing these before you started getting actual data via Google stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure how much. I feel like this is not one of the main principles, that this is something that's just part of another one, like working without data, dealing with ambiguity, because it's hard to come up with a good story for this, maybe. What else could I say? Not sure. Are you supposed to be effective on a large panel of language? Yeah, but that doesn't mean you necessarily like the work associated with them. Like if like I know assembly, but the work you do with assembly is not work I'd ever want to do for a job. And it's kind of the same like C++, the work you do with C++ is actually quite varied. But generally the kind of work that I'd be doing on that team wasn't necessarily what I'd like. Yeah. New people, they're taught pretty much everything. I don't like the interview process for these companies. I don't think it's worthwhile. I don't think it's serving a great purpose. But I don't think people know anything better right now, and that's why it's not. So, what work do you want to do as a job? Yeah, I don't even know. I just I've started questioning everything again. So, if something doesn't pop out, then I'm not really sure what's gonna happen because that is another question I've had is like, let's say I do this interview on Friday and it goes well. Do I even take the job? And honestly, and I'm saying this on stream, knowing that someone from the interview process could be watching this, I think my answer right now is no. And I think that I'm leaning very much toward not doing it. But I talked to my wife about it, and she's like, because my reasons for not doing this are I don't think I'd want the job, and it's a waste of their resources to interview me. And by the way, we're talking like hundreds of dollars here, right? In order for them to take 5 hours out of their well-paid engineers, I don't know how much that works out to, but 5 hours times whatever their hourly salary is, if you look at it that way, is not a small amount of money. And my wife was like, "Well, look, you don't know. Maybe you end up liking the job more as you're talking to them about it," which is fair. So I thought, yeah, you know what? Fine, I'll still interview. But I'm not really excited about this, and that's caused me to keep asking this question of like, well, what do I want to do? And I have no clue. I have no clue. Yeah. Yeah, it's good practice. I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, then my friends asked me that, like, well, what happens if fine, then you either don't get the offer or you don't take the offer, and I'm like, then I work at a different company, right? It's not a big deal. What kind of job is it? It's the Amazon Workspaces team, AWS. I think that's what it's called, Workspaces. Yeah, desktop as a service. Thanks, Beaver. Yeah, I'm definitely conflicted right now. And all of this kind of touches on that sort of intensely personal stuff that I said maybe I'll talk about at some point. So this is desktop as a service. Like imagine that you have some really sucky Chromebook. It's like $100 machine. It can't do anything on its own, and you still want a full fledged desktop. So you remote into something, and this is all hosted on the cloud. And I don't know. So I think there are some interesting challenges that you could face there. I don't exactly know what the work is like. So like I said, I'm kind of leaning toward not all that interested, but who knows? Yeah, maybe they talk to me and it all turns out fine. What are some questions that you should ask the interviewer? I've got some of these in my engineering prep notes toward the bottom of this. Yeah, questions to ask a company. And I've got some these are mostly just ideas, like whatever you find important is what you should be asking. And if you don't know what you find important, then read through some of these questions and see what you care about. So do you care about your career? Do you want to get promoted? Do you know what that promotion track looks like? Do you have to be a lead? Can you be an individual contributor? How does the team like working there? What are their whatever else? Like all these things. So if you want a very easy link, I'll just paste this. It might lose its formatting when I do this. No, it kept it. Okay. So anyway, here you go. Here's a quick link directly to that. That should work on your phone too if you're on your phone. Make sure to research VDI beforehand. Okay, let me write that down. Thanks, Metalstorm. Why'd you ask for an interview if you're not interested in the job? Identity crisis. For real. Yeah, for real. It's pretty much that. Like, at the time I applied, I thought, yeah, this sounds good. And now I'm starting to second guess it. And maybe if I get the job and I say, you know what, yeah, it still sounds good, then great. And yeah, I've heard that too. It's easy to switch teams internally. What about something related to AI or ML? That's pretty cutting edge, right? Yeah, I think that would be cool. I don't have any experience there, and almost all the jobs at the levels I'm applying for say you need to have like years of experience doing this stuff. And if I had worked on Adam Learns for longer, I would have gotten a machine learning AI. I would have probably done some projects. There would probably be some cool stuff there, but we didn't get to that point. Is there a way to DW your OneNotes? I don't know what that means. If you mean download, hold on, I don't know where. I don't know. All I can tell you is there's a notes link right there, and you can maybe save something or save it as a PDF. I don't know. Download. Okay, let's look at some other ones. So, bias for action, acting fast and taking calculated risk. Essentially, this is avoiding analysis paralysis. So what's an example of a time when I did this? You know what? Let's look through some of the other notes that I have here. Let me see if I can show you guys this. Okay, yeah, I've got like a billion notes here. So let's see. Cluster logging, Lambda research, connects, arena playback. Oh man, so many. I remember a lot of these things. SQL queries. That's a calculator risk. Okay, I have an idea. It was changing the game design again so that it was a one phase battle. But I don't know if this is an interesting story. Bias for action. Changing botland from a 3-phase battle to a 1-phase battle. Or like adding a campaign mode. Yeah, there's probably something in here with this. I'm not sure what. But all the features that I added toward the end of botland, like challenge mode and campaign and what was a risk though? I guess that my time could have been spent better elsewhere. And what was the result? Because they're going to care about that too, of course. Result was, I don't know. It's very hard to talk about any of these as being good stories because Botland is pretty much dead now. So like all of the results of everything I did were bad, if you look at it that way. So they're like, okay, cool. So you added this thing, right? You took a risk. So what happened? I'm like, well, I just continued the game. So who knows? So it's probably just not a compelling story. But I think this kind of fits with what we had done. There was no real data. There was just like, do this now and see how it goes. How's your CV? Do you have any tips to create an attractive one? My general tips on creating a resume are be able to talk about everything that's on there, don't lie about it, and don't sell yourself short. Yeah, yeah. Adam Learns is my passion for sure. Yeah. When people say, what was your dream job? I've said it's pretty much something I've done in the last 5 years. I don't know if it was more Botland or more Adam Learns, but it was something like that. But the question is not like, well, why not do those? Or if it is the question, it's because it has a very easy answer. It's that I wasn't making money. Not a compel. Oops, sorry, that was my computer. Yeah, if anyone just heard that, that was my ping. Not a compelling story, but a valid one, right? You chose something, it didn't work, you learned from it. Well, but I don't really know what I learned from it. I mean, this, no, I don't think this really fits bias for action necessarily. Well, let me keep looking through these notes. Changing passwords, rendering, buff system, Redux, tutorial, hardware metrics. Like a billion notes. Items. You know, I guess we could just write some small stories here somewhere. Give me a sec. Yeah, small stories. So let's talk about deep dive quickly and ownership. So like Pixie.js investigations. Did I do some other investigations? I don't know. I have to write these down somewhere. Questioning what I really want to do. I ended up really liking me, even though it didn't seem like that at first. Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Relico. Yeah. No, right, right. Okay, so when I say a failure, I mean a lot of times. Here's what the traditional approach is for these companies, right? The candidate has X years at like Y companies. So maybe you worked for 2 years at whatever A and 3 years at B. And so typically what they're asking about is like, hey, what's the time you took ownership? And you might be like, okay, well, this part of the system was failing. And so I improved this, and then customer retention went up by 14%. And it's like, with my kind of non-traditional background right now for the last 5 years, if they ever say something like, okay, well, did this lead to success? The eventual answer is always going to be no for that. It might have given some short-term success, which is how I have to market it anyway. But it's not like, I'm a business genius or something. Yeah, I definitely met my goal. So I don't look at it as a failure overall. I look at it kind of factually as a commercial failure. I don't think there's much of an opinion about that. It did not make any profit. So at the very end, it made a significant amount of dent in my savings account. So it was very much the opposite of making profit. Yeah, the Fargate bug is on there. I think this is actually really good. I've got that. I think that fits the deep dive thing. I'm trying to think of what fits bias for action here. It's like navigating ambiguity. And I've got some small examples. I think a lot of times it's you kind of see this on the Twitch stream. I'd have a lot of design conversations and they wouldn't necessarily go anywhere. And at some point you got to be like, all right, we're done with this. Let's figure something out. I guess that's another way I can look at this. I made 1 billion Google Docs over the last 5 years. Let me just look through those. I haven't looked through this in a while though. Where is Botland? Here it is. Holy cow, there are a million things here. All right, I can't show this on stream. There are some private things too. I did like user studies and stuff too. Man, I did a lot of stuff over the last 5 years. Then there's this folder called public. What's in here? Simplifying Blockly. Oh, that was a good decision. Yeah. Rankings and leagues, documentation, moving rounds, issues, challenge mode. First events, I should definitely talk about those somehow. I don't know how, but I should talk about them. Retention, GPU memory leak. Oh my god, I wasn't kidding when I said I've made like 1 million documents. Okay. So many of these. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know where to start with this. Just trying to figure out what to talk about here. Hey, Resfriado. Yeah, this is how I feel. Am I not going to stream anymore? I probably won't stream very much. Applying for a position that wants you to be able to do it all. You had to invest time in so many fields. Companies have other people for that. Yeah, that's true. Although I think at least Amazon cares about ownership. And I think one of the things that they say for ownership is you never say that's not my job. And I guess being kind of a jack of all trades at that point might be helpful. But then again, I doubt they really value that a lot. Did I make a lot of money from Botland? No, I made about a total of about $700. What's first events? The robotics? Yeah. I think there's a first command that talks a little bit more about this. This was, I definitely want to talk about this. Definitely want to talk about this. I just don't know how. I got to figure out what it fits into. Someone capable of interviewing that company, don't overthink stuff. Yeah, these are all from Amazon. Yeah, these leadership principles. Okay, well, let's try to figure out what does this fit into. So first, let me explain to you guys what I did, because maybe you can help me with this. So first is a nonprofit, and they have a robotics championship every year. And last year in April, I was invited to produce some content for the championship, which I was working on Botland, so it made sense that I would stream programming and try to get kids interested in programming. And it was super cool. There were a ton of responsibilities for this. But what does that fit into as far as leadership principles go? I don't think it fits in any of these. Yeah, no, I don't think it fits in any of these. Yeah, I don't think I can talk about it then. But I think it's so cool. Yeah, all right. Well, if it doesn't have any value, it doesn't have any value. Maybe I'll just put something at the bottom, small stories, just like random stories that didn't fit anywhere. We could talk about like first robotics. Am I sharing the logs? You mean these notes? These notes are shared. If you mean something else by logs, just let me know what you mean, because I might not mind sharing it. Oh yeah, I just shared them with you, Robodemia. It's literally the message right above your message that you have. You should see the where can we find them. It's right there. You don't need to type the command, it's just the link. You just click the link. Yeah, no problem. All right. I am finding it hard to come up with an example then for this necessarily, or at least a big example. Well, so then I guess let's ignore this one for now. Let's look at bias for action. Acting fast, taking calculated risk, avoiding analysis paralysis. You know what? Okay, I have a good example for this. This is probably not a good thing to share on stream, but whatever at this point, right? So we'll talk about. Oh, but this is a small example that I was going to say. I made some decisions with Adam Learns that are not good for the long term of it, but that I needed to do things fast. And I probably have this written somewhere. Adam, what did I do? Give me a sec. I gotta find something. Where is this? There's so many notes. I don't remember where I would have stored this one. Oh, maybe I closed the notebook. Oh no, this actually is the note that I'm in. Oh, so I guess this is public then. Did I mention it? Yeah. All right, this is it. There were some other decisions that I made. Or were they? No, all the stories I have here I think would be kind of small. Okay, so I'm not sure I've got some great examples for this. I was thinking I cut some corners for Adam Learns. Purposely cut some corners for Adam Learns to try to build an MVP. How do you have OneNote Dark? Check that out. Did quite a lot of prep. I never really prepared for mine. I usually went fine. What's your rationale? Not saying you shouldn't, just curious. I read, I think the entire part of this, the thing that got me motivated was this document here. This "you suck at the coding interview" thing. I'll link this in the chat as soon as I can tag you. There we go. Talk about how you decided on a payment system. Yeah, I think there's got to be something there. So let's look at this. Leadership Principle 2.0. Here we go. Yeah, so maybe we'll talk about Adam Learns MVP. Then we'll write principle bias for action. So which situation fits this one best? We could talk about, yeah, so I was under a lot of time pressure to try to build Adam Learns as fast as possible. So I task figure out or like make the MVP with the most important features as quickly as I could. And then action, I guess this kind of, this goes into many parts, like access control, the payment system. Maybe I should just talk about the payment system here. Maybe I should talk about how this company offered this. Yeah, I think I'll just talk about that. I think that's a good idea. Did you see any problem that happened where you had two paths, one long and hard, and the other where you cut some corners and gathered some data to continue even with a completely different path? Okay. What am I learning today? Check out the today command. Yeah, thank you for lengthening, Carson. Okay, yeah, I think we'll just write down the payment system. So good idea. Thank you and thank you. Points for you guys. All right, so I was under a lot of time pressure to build Atom Learns as fast as possible. I needed to be able to take in payments, and it wasn't until I did research that I realized how complex taxes are. So I needed a company to handle it for me. That meant that I couldn't build my own payment system and had to settle on an existing one. So task, figure out which payment system to use and how to integrate it. So the action was investigating features, APIs, and prices was essentially just the normal process of shopping around. However, when it came to using the payment systems, well, the payment system that I settled on, I needed to thoroughly prototype how it would function. They had some weird decisions that they made. Will I share the questions I get? No, I won't be. So I needed to thoroughly prototype how it would function. They had some peculiar decisions that involved working with their customer support to navigate. Result. So I got it up and running. I think that's the most important result. And payments have been processed solely through that. And actually, there haven't been any problems. I've never needed to do a refund or anything. Yeah, and I guess I wrote some extra code to protect against some of these scenarios. Didn't I? Oh, God, I don't remember any of this. Where did I do this? Functions? There's some like payment code in here, right? Make pay link. But I did something. What is this? Yeah. All right. Yeah. I remember what I did now. I had to, well, that's not really the result though. That's part of the action. Because of my slight lack of trust in their system, I did end up coding more features to protect customers, e.g. preventing duplicate purchases. This was impossible to protect against all scenarios due to how their system is set up. So I had to make some compromises. Got them running, payments are processed solely through that. And what are the learnings? I don't think I wrote the learnings for some of these other ones. I did for that, and did I do it for the first one? Oh, I did for all of them. Okay, well, I just haven't done it for this then. So what are the learnings for this? I guess the absolute biggest learning here is the importance of an MVP. Without payments, I couldn't have proven whether the product would even work. So it's not something I should belabor, I guess. Oh yeah, acknowledging their policy as well. Yeah, geez, Codephobia. Can you just take this interview for me? Can you just say hi? I'm representing Adam. He doesn't remember what he did for any of this stuff, but I clearly do. Why don't I? Yeah, I just eject this stuff from my head. But yeah, you're right. I also needed to follow up with them on GDPR. Oh my god, I actually coded something specifically I coded that cookie consent dialog to work in a certain way because I misinterpreted their GDPR thing, which granted it was. I also needed to change my cookie consent dialog due to their ambiguous privacy policy. No, I also need to change the user flow and user flow to their ambiguous privacy policy since I wanted to comply with GDPR. Yeah. Well, the e-privacy regulation, I think, is what that was. Couldn't prove whether the product even works, so it sounds like I should belabor. And if a company is willing to talk to you about give support, then make sure to use it, since their decisions don't always make sense, even when they've clarified them. I.e., they had to cut their own corners to get things running. Yeah. Yeah, GDPR is a European thing, but it is something you have to abide by if you're selling to people in Europe. Maybe you might want to check what you didn't have to change. I'm not sure I understand that. Very much simplify that if you really want to say something like I was under time pressure. This is mostly for me, Resfriato, so that I remember what I'm supposed to be talking about here. But yeah, I know that I should be succinct. I think it's important for me to have this information. Because yeah, I'll probably look at this briefly and be like, okay, yeah, I remember what this is talking about. Because chances are I'm going to forget all of this stuff by Friday. Can I give you a quick recap of what I'm doing? Yeah, I'm going through all of Amazon's leadership principles because I have an interview with them on Friday, and I'm making sure that I've got enough convincing stories to share during the interviews. The interview process is typically about 5 hours long. There is one interview specifically for this OneNote, really, and then all the other 4 interviews have some portion of them, usually about 20 minutes, for this kind of stuff. Do you have any interviews scheduled? Yeah. On Friday, I have one with Amazon, and on Monday for Google. Oh, nice, Soki. Yeah, glad to hear it. And thanks, Aromer. Okay, so let's see. What other ones do I still need to do? So what was this supposed to be? This is supposed to be bias for action. Does this have anything else, I guess? Dive deep. Yeah, I think it's fine. And I didn't tell you anything? I was kind of saying this earlier in the stream. I'm not really excited about this, and I want to find out more from them about the job. But in general, I talk to people who I know in real life. Sorry, I know I met you in real life as well, but I want to talk to people I knew first in real life, and if they already worked at the company, to get them to refer me. So, and I only needed one person to refer me typically. But yeah, otherwise I would have reached out. Respirata. Do I have any projects on my resume? I mean, my portfolio basically has all the projects I worked on. Okay, let's look through some of these other ones. So customer obsession. Did I say something that focused entirely on that? Always think of the customer. How can you deliver a product or service that pleases them and earns their trust? I think this story talks about it a little bit, where things went wrong. I had to compensate some users. You know what? How about this? Maybe a tiny story we can say for this. Maybe we can talk about the refund policy for Adam Learns. Yeah, let's do that. Might as well have some story for this. Adam Learns refund policy. So principles, customer obsession. So situation, some people have wanted to purchase a course but weren't sure that it would help them. So task, come up with some way to give them confidence to make a purchase. This is a really tiny story. And the action here was offer them a deal where they could pay what they wanted, including nothing. And result, I don't know. I guess it made a couple of sales. I made a couple of sales, and I never actually, and no one ever actually ended up asking for a refund. I don't know if that. Yeah, I guess I made a couple of sales, and they seemed happy is what I should focus on. Yeah. Also had the game for Apple. I mean, remember the amount of money that Botland took in was $700. So if every platform were taking 30%, then that means that I lost 300, right? Losing $300 on $1,000 over the course of 5 years is basically nothing because it's that I'm making basically nothing. Try to mention all the AWS tech you use. There's quite a few. Yeah, I don't know where that fits in with the leadership principles. You need to do a bunch of rubber ducks. So we have the duck emote. Do you want me to ask for a refund so you can talk about it? But that would mean that my action was not a good action, right? And thanks, Andrew Vaughn. Yeah, this is just supposed to be in our portfolio. I think this is one of the amazing things. If you do all of your work for years on Twitch, you're basically guaranteed to have a bunch of video proof that you did it. So a lot of these things, if they're not just playable or usable, then they're a video that I had to do very little work to get. And all the April Fool's jokes, which I felt the need to include here. Sure love those. Okay, what else can we talk about? Deliver results. Persistence guided by, oh yeah, I said everything I did over the last 5 years was deliver results. Yeah. I don't think we're going to say anything specific for that. Frugality, saving resources while still delivering a good product. Frugality. There were. Okay, so I think I took this to kind of an extreme. I think I tried as much as possible at first to stay within the free tier of AWS. And this is where I could maybe talk about all these things. I was using Route 53. I was load balancer. Can you use a load balancer for free? I don't know if I was. You know what? That's what we'll talk about. We'll talk about reusage of the load balancer. That's a good idea. Okay, so Botland reuse of the load balancer, or like, I shouldn't say reuse. Botland load balancer with multiple purposes. So principles, frugality. Okay, so the situation here was I was trying to pinch pennies. Yeah. Load balancers aren't free. Okay. And it wasn't that. Frugality doesn't mean free. I know. Yeah, I know that. But what I was trying to figure out was my statement of I was trying to stay within the free tier. I was trying to figure out were load balancers in that or no, because if so, my thesis kind of changes to I was just trying to save money, which is a more generic thesis anyway. Do you have any courses on better note taking? I intend to use it in my first year of college. I don't have a course. All I have is a blog post, and the blog post I have is probably not really complete, but I think this is going to be a good start. And it's not a super long blog post anyway. Yeah. So maybe I should just talk about Botland infrastructure. Yeah, for saving. So I was trying to pinch pennies with every part of AWS. So task, find a way to, I don't think there's anything too much for the S and the T here of star, but I think the A and the R are important. The aspect. So find a way to save, find a way to host Botland as cheaply as possible, but still allow for scalability eventually. So the action was actually, the actions were really per service. So for example, load balancer, I got by with just a single load balancer despite using it for many purposes. Let me go look at how I set up the load balancer, because I did something that I thought was interesting here, but I don't remember what it was. Because I have external and internal traffic going to it. I don't remember how I set this up. Where is the load balancer? I think it's in EC2. Yep. Now, what did I do here? So I have a listener. Okay, so I have 443 goes to account servers. 4873 goes to Verdaccio. 8079 apparently went to the overseers. Why does this not work sometimes? 9433 went to game server. Come on, type out the thing. So I got a single load balancer for both internal and external traffic by making an ALB that would forward based on the destination port. How do I feel about AWS game servers? You mean something like, God, what's that thing called? Lumberyard, I think. Because if that's what you're talking about, I never use that. Yeah, so I use an ALB even though I recognize that that's layer 7 and that I could have used a layer 4 load balancer for this. But there was some reason why I did this. I think it was SSL termination, which would have to be at layer 7. I think that's why. God, I don't remember now. Maybe I wrote this stuff down. ELB. Network load balancer is concerned entirely with destination IP address and port. Can't look at cookies, application state, or make any load balancing decisions. Yeah, I needed sticky sessions. I wonder, is that what I needed? Can you have sticky sessions with an ELB? Yeah, this is an AWS, or no, yeah, actually it is AWS. Yeah, I probably should talk more about AWS. So AWS ELB sticky session. Can you do this? Or is this only for ALBs? No, they don't talk about this again. I mean, you can have sticky sessions without needing to look at the application layer. You can base on IP addresses. I don't remember. I don't know if yeah, it looks like classic load balancer can do this. And I'm guessing the X forwarded for header, I guess that can only get injected if you're using an ALB. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be confused if I don't look this up. So can AWS ELB do SSL termination? Shouldn't be able to, right? Because it can't examine your traffic at all. Support for SSL termination. I don't know. No, Solitary, I made a decision for using an ALB in the past, and then now I'm trying to figure out why did I go with that over an ELB. If you're saying I'm trying to shoehorn it into this, it's mostly me trying to remember why I did that. Now, if you're saying in the past I wouldn't have needed one based on just what I've said here, that's likely true because all I've said is based on port forwarding. So I'm trying to figure out, is there something There must have been another reason why I went with this. And I don't remember what it is. Let me see if there's anything else we have here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any rules here either. Yeah, I don't remember. This can probably be done with. No, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't know. Probably course, always course. Yeah, I don't see. This is the thing though, is if they ask like, "Hey, why did you?" I guess I could just say load balancer, because I just don't even need to say this. Yeah, but then I feel like that's a system design failing on my part if I can't explain why I made a decision a certain way, and I cannot remember for the life of me. So I want to do a little bit more research on this. I guess. Okay, let's just look at this reference link. So return availability. Link here, request rate limiting. I did rate limiting on the account servers and used sticky sessions to allow me to get to the same account server every time for that rate limiting. I've not heard of Corey Quinn, no. At least I don't think I have. Unless this is some like famous YouTuber, in which case I think people in chat have told me about this person. I'm actually kind of surprised. Like network load balancer versus you can't attach static IPs to ELBs, correct? So is ELB the name for their network load balancer? Because I thought it was their generic, like, just elastic load balancer. Difference between application load balancer and network. Yeah, whether you need end-to-end TLS encryption. Right, that has to be done with. Are you not going to talk about this? I'm not going to find this quickly. Okay. Yeah. This is the application load balancer versus the application layer. I think I'm just going to say that I need this to be layer 7 for SSL TLS termination. At least for rate limiting that I did on the client, I needed XFF headers combined with sticky sessions for that because I didn't have a shared in-memory fashion. Okay, great, whatever. All right, so that's the load balancer. So then how did I save money on some of the other things? Because I know there were a lot of things that I tried saving money on originally. I think... Did I have... How many VMs did I used to host? I think we tried doing everything on one VM until that became too much. Yeah, I think that is it. I used one VM for all of my services for as long as possible, while I knew that there wouldn't be load on the servers, i.e. scaling wasn't an issue originally. Hey, Tequila. And what other things did I cheap out on? I don't remember. Maybe this is a bad idea to even talk about this stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is the bad idea to even list. Yeah, that might be a bad idea. Because I don't think I can talk about it enough. I clearly don't remember any of this. All right, we'll just cross all this off for now. And I'll just right here note, I don't remember enough about what I did to be able to talk about this. Yeah, I know I spent a ton of time on it. I just can't remember what the outcomes were. Yeah, I tried using smaller CPUs in Fargate, that's true. Yeah, maybe I could talk about that eventually. Oh, that didn't work. Tried using Porter, Fargate. Why am I talking about Botland? I'm just trying to come up with what are some examples over the last like 5 years of these leadership principles. And it's better to approach it from how I didn't stop money from being the way I solve problems. Yeah, I think that's an important thing. I should phrase this as how I didn't let the lack of money get in the way of solving problems. You know, actually, this is maybe here's a better example of this stuff then. Maybe I should just talk about Botland marketing. Because that's an example of where I didn't have any money. That's also an example where I failed miserably. So maybe that's not a good example. But I reached out to a bunch of influencers. I reached out to a bunch of gaming journalists. I reached out to a bunch of YouTubers, which I guess fits into influencers. And I did a bunch of the work myself. And in the end, got almost nobody to cover Botland. Did you do any tricks to keep Circle CICP? Yeah, actually, you're right. Man, Codephobia. This is very sharp of you to be able to remember these examples. Yeah, so you know what? Let's put this back in. So I was trying to pinch pennies. I was trying to save costs on infrastructure and devote most of the budget toward art and UX at first. Okay, so let's talk about Circle CI here. I managed to stay on their free plan by only running CI builds when absolutely necessary. I set up a Patreon to let us throw money at you and then removed it. Yep. Yep. And I don't know, result, I I probably saved money. I mean, in most cases, I managed to pay, well, I should say for a while, I managed to pay something like $5 per month. But then eventually a bias for action kicked in and I migrated to Fargate and then started spending much more money. This is a note for myself if they ever talk about that. And I might just write marketing here. I contacted influencers and game journalists myself. I sent tons of emails, ran my own, created two different, or I created ad campaigns on my own too, and came up with two unusual marketing strategies: the Reddit ad and crowdfunding campaign. Yeah. The crowdfunding thing I still think is a cute idea to this day. Crowdfund.bot.land. It was just a little tongue-in-cheek joke about how everyone always has these Kickstarters and And so I had this that just said back for free. And all it would do is bring you to something where you could pledge and then tweet about it. And that was it. It took a long time to actually do, and was a bad idea. Did I run ads on Facebook? Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I was trying to say here too. Create ad campaigns. That on its own, I should say, although I did have to pay for most of these. So the savings there was that I came up with the campaigns myself, but then I don't think I did a good job at it. I think talking about failures can be a good thing, but I think one of the things that the recruiters have said all sorts of different things. One of the things the recruiter said is like, we want positive stories, like talk about positive stuff. So I think talking about failure is okay, but I think they'd want to know like, oh, how'd you learn from this? So my learnings from this is actually that frugality is, I think, bad a lot of the time. And I don't think that's what they want to hear, especially Amazon. So what I should probably say is, oh, necessity is the mother of invention. That's what they want to hear, right? But I think that actually is true. I just don't think there was the need. I think I could have spent more money and just didn't. I think spending more money would have put out many months of development work. So I think my honest answer is frugality is sometimes the right path, but not always. When I saved a lot of time by spending more money on managed services than I would have. Well, I guess it still is frugality. But anyway, yeah, I still kind of have this point here. Saved a lot of time by spending more money on managed services. Probably to the point where if I were being paid for my development time, I would have saved money. But since I wasn't being paid, it cost money. Hey, Leander. Good to type these things out. I often encourage people to do this exercise a couple times a year. Behavioral and even functional interview questions need not necessarily be answered directly. Yeah, I think doing this just every once in a while is really good. There are a couple of notes that I keep, actually 3 that I really highly suggest people also start if you don't already have them, which one of them is an employment history, another is residential history, and the other is your health history. Man, these 3 notes have come in handy way more than you'd expect. So employment history, I mean, it's really just like, oh, company X from date A to date B, company Y from whatever. It's just this. And it's the same thing with residential history, like some address that you were at for this amount of time, and so on and so forth. And health history is like any operations that you had, any medicines that you started, any whatever else. All these things have really come in handy. And I guess they've come in handy because I just forget this stuff very quickly. So if you ask me like, where'd you live in 2016, I really have to think about it. And then every time you apply to jobs, they almost always ask for just paste this in. And so, yeah, it's really helpful. So yeah, I wonder if a 4th note that I should keep is, what have I done at the job? I'll write that down. I think that's a good idea. Creative people get their attention for marketing. Yeah, I guess I should say that too. Sometimes emails, created ad campaigns, came up and marketed and networked through Twitch. Okay, so let's say this after getting a job. Where did I write this down? I know it's in this bottom list somewhere. Upon getting a traditional job. Yeah, we'll say start keeping a note on what I did at my job at a high level so that I can talk about it every year. Make sure it aligns with that company's like leadership principles. Really speak the language. And then I'll copy paste what sourcing support said. Did you spam all the game dev related Reddits and forums? I mean, I started trying to, but then I got my posts removed because there are a lot of rules against doing that on Reddit. And I think my crowdfunding campaign would have gone well if it had stayed alive in the gaming subreddit. I think people would have been like, haha, that's cute. And then just, yeah, would have done better. With that said, I don't think Botland's failure was marketing. I think Botland would have still failed with like $1 million marketing budget. And I think a lot of people don't have that opinion of their game. They usually think their game is good, and that if only you'd marketed it more, it would have gotten more eyes on it and more people buying it. But I think Botland's problem was that it was getting tons of people playing it, and they just didn't stick around. In fact, even here's something I haven't checked in a long time, which is in the last week, how many people signed up for the game? Because I bet this number is surprisingly high for a game that's been dead for like 5 months. Let's go find out. So here be the stats. So in the last week, there were 147 guests to sign up, 31 accounts to sign up as just full accounts to begin with, and then 13 people. So I guess there were really 160 guests, and 13 of them converted. And then there were 53 people who returned to the game still, and a bunch of games were played, and yeah. So would be great is if you see like 200 people coming in and you think, oh well, the number of returning users the next week will go up, right? But it doesn't. And so that's what I know, that's the problem in the game. And yeah, fixing that was definitely not trivial. Try a blog post on how trying to spend less on AWS is bad. That would make Amazon happy. It's not just Amazon though. Really, this is one of the people keep asking me what's one of the biggest things you learned in the last 5 years, and honestly, it's like MVP. If you just sum it up as like this is king in the tech world. Just focus on getting a product out there and then figuring things out. Cut whatever corners you can, pretty much. A lot of people even cut legal corners around this or tax compliance corners, and I don't advocate to that extent, but I recognize that that's the most effective. If you want to just not worry about GDPR, and like no one's going to come after you if you're making like 50K. And if they do, then fine, you pay up whatever you have to pay up. Your business goes under, you reform it under something else. It's like so many of these things exist so that I don't think you should be stopped by anything really, unless your product is bad. And most people don't get to the point where they even find out their product is bad because they over-engineer things and don't focus on the M of minimum viable product. So I think that's the biggest thing that I learned, and I think that that's what all this reinforces. Is this is why it's worth spending money. It's like should you try to make your own service just because you can? And like I spent months on DevOps. Should I have done any of that? No, I shouldn't have. So I recognize the mistakes I made and I learned from them. And I was trying to apply that stuff to Adam Learns, and I think it was going well. It's just there were only like 3 months that I got to work on it. Dedicated subreddits like play my game to solve this. I was wondering if you had any luck with it. I looked through all of these subreddits, probably including this one. Let me take a look at this. And what I would do is a couple things. I'd look at what's the traffic on these posts. So I click top of like the last week. This is taking a long time. And I don't know if these numbers have gone up or what, but 286, 247, 220. And then I look at like, okay, how many posts now? Like, what is the aesthetic of these games? So you look at this and you're like, okay, this has good graphics, like an interesting aesthetic. Same thing with this. It's like an interesting aesthetic. You look at all these things. Then you look at Botland and you're like, this is not a visually appealing game. And it's very hard to communicate the idea of Botland quickly. Like this game doesn't really look great, I guess. But also it's not doing that well with too many upvotes. And the other thing I always had to consider is if I stream for an hour on Twitch, it would typically have led to like X views. Would I get that same number of views by making a post on Reddit? And I know they're not mutually exclusive. I could do them both. But it was always something I wanted to consider of like, well, look, the time it takes me to even write up a Reddit post, is it worth it? MVP doesn't mean release buggy mess. I totally agree. And yet I think that if that's your guiding principle is focus on an MVP, that you will make decisions that actually get a product out there. And if it turns out that it's a buggy mess that people don't like, well, then you can work from where you are there to the final thing. And there's always that amount of experience you need to know how much tech debt is going to be too much tech debt. Like you can't write all of your code in one file, for example, just because it's the fastest way to do it. But it's a much when I say what's my biggest learning, I still think this is it, and I think there are ways you have to work with this still, but those are all like sub learnings in the MVP part. I think you're going the wrong direction and trying to get to these top tier companies. You're a professional learner. You should use that to your advantage. Well, I mean, I've only really been a professional learner for the last few months. But what do you think, Hafsain? What do you think I should do then, based on that? Because I mean, imagine if I was doing like 99% programming streams and 1% piano streams, which I mean, I've done some piano streams before, but imagine if I was like a genius at piano and people were like, Adam, okay, you might be good at programming, but man, that is like maybe you're really good at this. And again, I'm not trying to say that I actually am. I know that I'm an amateur pianist, but then you'd say, okay, well then your career options maybe make sense to look into this or at least audition somewhere. But with this, like, what path makes sense there? Because I was trying to think really strongly about what product should I be working on or what should I be doing. And I was trying to think what worked well during Botland, and I thought the Twitch stream worked well. And what else worked well? I don't remember. I'd come up with some other things for that. I think the Twitch stream was good. I think some of the persistence and motivation, there were some good qualities there. And so then I tried applying those moving forward to Adam Learns. And I thought, okay, let's go like all in on the Twitch stream. That was a terrible idea. It was an absolutely horrible idea. And I learned after 1 month to just like change paths, right? So I went 100% on this. And the reason that was so bad is because what I saw is from all these projects that we had, that people would only join for the projects they were interested in. So I would make a Discord bot and we get a lot of people who were like, awesome, a Discord bot. And then, I'd get to Minecraft mods and they'd be like, oh, I don't care about that. And then they never show up again. And so I realized trying to get a variety stream of programming is very tough. And again, even if I had like, let's say I'd grown to 1,000 viewers, I still don't think that's a level of viewership you need to make a Twitch stream work. I think it's like 1,500 to 2,500. And ideally showing growth, not a decline. Yeah, Lynx. I remember you showing me your prototype with Wendy from Wendy's, which I assume you've changed the graphics since then. Do you think the Twitch community made you believe in the product more than you should have? I don't actually. I don't think the community found it all that fun. And I think they pretty much said as much. And then when we get to prototypes, it's like, I think I was blinded by other things for sure, but I don't think the Twitch community necessarily added to that because I don't think people were saying like, "Oh my God, this is the best game." Right. Writing in one file is the quickest way. So this is exactly the heart of what kind of going from an MVP to a long-term product is, which is when you start with an MVP, you are probably not going to be like, okay, here's what our final infrastructure is going to look like. We're going to need a load balancer. We're going to need this service. We're going to need like a failover over here. We're going to need this. And then your cost would increase, your development time would increase. But at some point, it's going to save you time to have all of those components. When you're at something like a Google level or a GitHub level or something like that, yeah, you need all those components. And then if you didn't have them, it would be costing you time. And so there's got to be some transition period, this arrow in here where you go from your MVP to your long-term product. And that's where it's like, you know what? If you were to ask to write like, hey, write breadth first search, you would never write more than one file for just that, right? You'd write it like one function, you put it in one file, you wouldn't need to split it up. But yeah, at some point you're going to need like, okay, utility library with just maybe tree traversal or pathfinding or something else. And so yeah, I think it's a very tough thing to succinctly say because all of these other concerns arise. Oh, I was the only person who responded with OC5. Okay. Yeah. Really need to be hitting a couple thousand viewers to start bringing the good sponsors. Yeah. Yeah. The Twitch revenue split for everybody is a combination of like subs, cheers, donations, and sponsors. I don't know if there's other revenue streams now, but yeah, sponsorships are typically a pretty big part of them eventually for people. So we got to frugality. I kind of mentioned marketing in there. What else? What else? What else? Have backbone, disagree, and commit. Don't be afraid to fly against the grain. Yeah, this one I feel like I kind of already mentioned. It's hard to say this, have backbone, disagree, and commit when you're the owner of things because then you're kind of disagreeing with yourself. So I'm trying to think of like when did I do this, but I kind of have this as a story down here. Yeah, the redesign. Like we designed Botland one way, we changed it around a bit. All right, hire and develop the best, identify, develop, and reward talent. Yeah, this is done in a smaller capacity, I think, which was just getting contractors. I don't think it's a very large story. Let me look through what they have here. Give an example of one of the best hires of your career. How did this person progress through their career? So yeah, this is where I don't think I have a good example. Like best hire was like Hideo as a developer. He worked at like 150% all the time and never had any problems. We had totally fine communication. I always say the biggest issue with Hideo is he was like 8 hours or 9 hours away. So time zones were an issue. That's it. So it's like, what's compelling about that? Like I lucked out. That's not a compelling story. So yeah, how did this person progress? It's like they just did everything they had to do. Never had a problem. So I don't really know what to say. I don't know if I have a compelling story for this. How long did I spend doing lead code? A month? I tried to measure it in hours. I think it was like somewhere between 100 and 115 at this point. And then on system design, I spent probably somewhere between 30 and 40. And then on behavioral questions, we've spent maybe like 5 or 6. Everything in this industry is about solving problems, and that includes problems that occur during development. One reason why you should do anything in your workflow or setup is to solve a problem, otherwise it's just a waste. No, I don't necessarily agree with that. Well, maybe I guess it depends on how you define a problem. But I was gonna say there could be future problems you foresee that aren't problems now that you try to solve. So for example, I guess the easiest one is like all of your code in one file. That's not You're not solving a problem by splitting it up, but you're preventing a problem by splitting it up. Which again, like I said, if you define the problem as tech debt, then yeah, you're solving a problem by splitting it. Any tool for live streaming YouTube and Twitch at the same time? There's something called Restream.io. You can check that out. Hey, Goose. Yeah, yeah, and also be careful because if you have a contract with Twitch, you almost certainly can't do that. But given that your channel has no views, I'm guessing you don't have a contract. Also, had someone do the mockups for the academy, which is good. Is that Yeah, yeah. So I hired good people. I'm not saying I didn't hire good people. I just don't know what I can talk about there. Like, I guess my story is just they use this star method, right? Where you talk about the situation, the task, the action, and the result. And the situation is like, I needed talent. So the task was find talent. The action was found talent. The result was talent did the job. And it's like, where's the story? I don't really have anything. I don't have any courses on Next.js. No, I only have 3 courses, and none of them are on that. I have some notes on Next.js, though, if you want to take a look at those. Have you been working against any particular resources while prepping? Yeah, all of those are also my notes. So as I just linked them to Odd Dizzy. But if you take a look at the engineering interview prep, you'll find all the resources I used. And I think some of these are really good. And then you'll also find all the ones I use for system design. And now we're covering some of the leadership principle stuff. I think I was close to something great too, Andy. And I'd love to try it again at some point, but I think I need to build up enough money to have a runway for that. Also, it's going to be hard because that took a lot of conviction. Like almost to the point where I think it pushed me past my limit. And it's okay to be pushed past your limit for a short amount of time, but you can't do it for a long amount of time. Okay, I'll write it down. I don't know if it's necessarily great, but like hiring contractors. So principal is whatever that one was called. Hire and develop or something. Yeah, hire and develop. Yeah, I guess I'll just copy paste this. So situation, I needed talent. Talent did the job. I don't know what to say about that. Yeah. So the problem, hey Nor, the problem here is that I don't really have stories about this. Everyone I hired was a contractor, and working with them was typically was usually way better than expected in the level of professionalism, delivery of results, and communication. So it's not to say there weren't problems, but I feel like the problems that you would want to know about interviewing someone for a company are different from the problems that I faced. The problems you probably want to know about working for a company are like, hey, someone wants this out of their career, but your team doesn't really have those opportunities. What do you do for them? And that's a problem I never needed to consider. I'm saying, hey, you're being given money for this job. I don't. Your career is not like that's on you. You're a contractor, you know, and like that's just the name of the game. It's not even like that's a negative thing. It's not like I said I don't care about your career. It's that that's not what the job's about. So I'm not sure what to say, but I guess that's as close as we can get. So let's move on to the next one. The next one being insist on the highest standards. I think I think something I can say here is that crazy bugs I found and how to fix them to make sure I don't make the same mistake twice. But I think we're going to talk about documentation for this. Hey, honey badger. Principle, insist on the highest standards. So this doesn't really follow the STAR method, but it's been such a valuable asset that I want to mention it somewhere. So notes have helped me retain information, revise. Can you use revise in the way that I want to? Yeah, this is a British thing. I knew it because my wife says this, and she was born in India, and up until what 1947 or something, they were ruled by the British. Yeah, what do American people say for this study? I guess. When I'd forgotten it, share it, and ensure that I follow good processes. Yeah. Built a tool that allows me to search through LinkedIn by time-based experience matching. Show me people who have these titles, companies, keywords. I feel like this tool will be very helpful for hiring managers. It's a tool you can see yourself utilizing. I mean, for hiring people, I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Yeah, for hiring people, I don't really have that as a need anymore. But I mean, it sounds like it could be helpful. Yeah. I think any tool that gives you just another point of input is something to be considered. And then it becomes, is it too much noise to static? Yeah, I'll drop the database once. Yeah, Andy, yeah. You did talk about it, and I'm glad to hear it. And yeah, congrats. Maybe so. Yeah. So this is continually the most what do I say here? Like vocally appreciated thing. The aspect of my workflow that people are most vocal about for their appreciation. Yeah. Thanks, Nor. Yeah, praised, lauded, thesaurist. Okay. So let's look through. I think there are like only maybe two more. What do we have? So there are four more. Invent and simplify, favor both innovation and simplification. So I think this is mostly about the simplification part, maybe. Because with invent, I feel like I did some clever things with Botland. I think the AST transformation stuff was pretty cool for running user code. But I don't think it's super important. Think of what else. Talk about a time when I invented or simplified. I could talk about something I invented that had no business impact, which is the typing with a keyboard thing. That was kind of cool. I was learning Java on my own. Now you graduated. I know, Andrew. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Does anyone else read other people's code and get acute imposter syndrome? Yeah, this is one of the things that I thought is a good gauge of have I learned anything? And the gauge is this. Do I think I was an idiot a year ago? So this is very negatively phrased, but I think it's a decent test to figure out whether you've learned, because if you look back at a decision you made and you think, why did I make it that way? I would make it very differently if I were to make it again today. Then that means that you've adapted to something in that time. And if you don't have this belief about at least something, then maybe you're not learning. Yeah. Did I say just keyboard? I meant piano keyboard. Yeah, my bad. I meant basically this video. Oops. Man, I can't open tabs today. I'm going to show you beautiful what it's like to type with a piano. Amazing. Yeah, I'm going to talk about this, I think. So piano principle is invent and simplify. Situation, this wasn't actually for any business need. So the situation was just that I wanted to explore the problem space of typing with a piano. Task was design, implement, and test such a system. Action is, I did all that. I guess to talk about the process here. And result was it worked. I had a system that let me type at like 60 words per minute. Yeah. Yeah, chording was the only thing I said I didn't want to do, because at that point I was pretty sure that it would just turn into a steno keyboard and that it wouldn't be very interesting. What do you think about sharing financial aspect of your business? I've been sharing it pretty consistently. I've already said Botland made about, well, I talked about revenue at least. I haven't talked about cost. And Adam Learns is sitting at about $1,730, I think. And then, there are other things I haven't talked about. There were the sponsorships. There's the amount of subscribers I've had. I think I told you guys that total Twitch revenue is like 5 figures after 5 years, which is really bad. Because that means that I must have made less than an average of 20,000 per year, which is less than minimum wage, and it's actually probably far less than that. So, yeah, revenue was really bad. Costs were pretty high. Yeah, but I haven't talked about that too much. That wasn't the simplify part. That was just the invent part. The simplify part would have to be a completely different story. Yeah. Although this is just for inventing, not simplification. Yeah. You have a reading list? Follow up? Have you read Algorithms to Live By? I don't have a reading list, and I have not read that book, no. I've got some resources in my notes that I tend to use, though. And also, I know this isn't a reading list, but I try to put reference links to like most of my notes, so all the blue text you see here. But yeah, they're not just books or anything. Hey, AMT. How you doing? How's golfing? Okay, so now we need learn and be curious, never stop learning. Okay, this, I mean, I guess it's all of Adam Learns. Situation, I wanted to make a business out of learning. Task, well, that's not really the situation. Situation is like my backstory about what led to Adam Learns and considering my strength. The action, and maybe what I should write down as part of this is like make all of my stories more succinct or easily readable for myself. The action, is it even worth mentioning this stuff? I don't know. Action is like, yeah, talk about my story here. I don't think I'm gonna forget these things because this is very recent and it's more of a life thing. Ownership, I don't think we need to talk about. And then think big. Set out on a bold direction instead of being satisfied with the status quo. Hmm. I don't. I don't have anything that comes to mind right now. One way I can kind of look at this, if I talk about an engineering thing, is overcomplicate. Like, when did I? But then it's just high standards, I guess. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna even write anything for Think Big. Botland was a bold direction. Yeah, that's true. And I guess even just changing the design originally. A lot of you probably have read the postmortem. Not actually a lot of you, but probably some of you read the postmortem. And so some of you know that the game used to be very different. This picture. So this was like the final prototype of what Botland was. And the way it worked is you had your own bots. So like these green and red ones were all one person's bots, and then whatever, match the colors basically. And they would just move around this arena, and when they died, they just get recreated somewhere else. And so the game style was an infinite arena deathmatch, which is crazy, right? Like there's it's a really cool idea. It just doesn't really have any longevity. And so we redesigned the entire thing. It was a fun idea. But like I said, the longevity wasn't really there because there wasn't this sense of consequence. Like, sure, you'd lose a bot, but if it just came back immediately afterward, then it didn't matter too much. That's pretty bold. Okay, you know what? I'll write that down. I think that's fair, Warpaint. Yeah, I see what you're saying, and you've convinced me. Well, let me go find what that was. Think big. Yeah, just think big. Again, no real star method here. It's just that I didn't go with the status quo of finding a traditional job and set out on my own path. I take care, Odin. Yeah, and thank you. Yeah, I'll probably be streaming tomorrow and the next day, and then not again for quite some time. There's one last thing I kind of wanted to maybe talk about here. Although I wonder if I should still write down any other stories we had. The thing I wanted to talk about is that intensely personal thing, which might lead to me just crying on stream here. So I have to be very careful about what I say. But before we get to that, so let me not switch context. I want to think: are there any other stories that are worth sharing that might? Yeah, I guess I've got some of these written down already, and I started writing some more. So hang on, I called it marketing myself. Can I can I share this? Okay, this stuff is all fine to share. First sponsorship, coding bootcamp. Oh yeah, God, I forgot about a lot of this stuff. So crazy. Okay, I'll copy paste all of this. There's some of this that I need to Some of this I need to redact. Okay, and then I'll say like, yeah, I guess I'll just go into small stories. Did I talk about any of these open source contributions? Blockly, Pixie? Yeah, I did. I did. Okay, good. So then none of this is really needed anymore. We can just put it all in here. Feel free to say what? Well, crying isn't objectively bad. Yeah, I agree. It's not something I consider to be something I would do publicly. I cry all the time. I'm not embarrassed to say that. I'm not gonna like start up a Twitch stream and be like, all right, chat, time to wear my heart on my sleeve. But like I said, I did want to talk about something that I've been reflecting on for a while. Let me continue with this first, though. Okay, so there are a couple things that I need to redact here. So I'm gonna put this here. Helped friends with technical consulting. I guess I can't really say that. And then, yeah, recognizing when I'm in the wrong. And I have some examples for this that I've redacted, so I will leave that as is. And then where was this supposed to go? So it's supposed to go into just leadership. Okay. Error. Emotion not found. Oh, I see what you're saying, Lede. Oh, no, I've wanted to talk about this. I just don't know where the conversation is going to go. And I fear a little bit about this. But so let's change the stream title a bit. And I'll talk about this for the rest of the stream because it's right now 11:40 and that means I've been online for about 3 hours. I think doing 3 hours of this prep has actually been really helpful, and I think it's almost there. I just need to do a couple of other things. So let's change the title a bit. Okay, so here's what I'm changing the title to, which may give you an idea of what I want to talk about. Let's edit the today command. Adam spent this morning talking about, or like prepping for behavioral interview questions. And now he wants to talk with chat about ego in the software world. Okay, let's kick this off with what started this. I'm a very high ego person, and I've always recognized that that's a case, but I never tried addressing it until roughly a month ago. And so what led to this is there's this thought of, if I knowingly change myself, what if my gauges for success change? So this is sort of abstract. Let's say you have a goal. Let's say your goal is become a millionaire. I don't know. And that's not my goal. But let's say that were your goal. You have this goal because of your entire combination of your personality and circumstances, and what you feel is in reach, and what you want, and what you've kind of been programmed to want. There's a lot of indoctrination here. And if you were to change some part of your personality, let's say you were to address your ego, you might not want that anymore. But then this might have become part of your personality or your identity. And I was worried, what happens when you change something so core to yourself? So there are lots of little things that I came up with. Let me see if I can find them. Oh yeah, so there are a lot of little proverbs that I like. So no man is an island. How many of you have heard this? But I have never tried internalizing this. I've always thought, I could probably do things myself. And I mentioned earlier in the stream today the whole thing about like not trusting small things, like that I somehow know better than other people. And I don't think that's the case. And I think there are lots of little things that contributed to this. And so I started looking online at what do other people think about these things. And I found a lot about people generally associate high ego personalities to software developers. And I think you'll frequently find a lot of condescending people. You'll find a lot of, I don't know, it's like lording over someone that you have knowledge instead of teaching them that same thing. What do I mean by not trusting small things? I mean something like, let's say an engineer comes to you on your team and they say something like, "Hey, I think this system was designed poorly." You might be like, "Well, I'll be the judge of that." And then you go look at the system and maybe you find out that it was designed poorly, but it took you 2 hours to go through it and figure that out. It's like you probably could have just trusted their opinion. Spawn should be the you're a team player who believes in educating yourself and sharing that knowledge. Oh yeah, definitely. And I think look, this is not what I'm trying to talk about here is not so much about marketing. It's about a like a core personality flaw of mine, which like I said was ego. And I've been trying to work on it and I've been trying to think of like what's a what's a low ego way to think. And this is where I say that it's not about marketing because I want to actually change my own patterns. And one of the things I noticed, language is so intertwined with how you think. I'll start sentences by saying like I'm sure blank. And like I shouldn't even say that. It's like when you make a mistake and you say, "Oh, that was stupid of me." It's like, "No, don't be negative." Like, "Yeah, you made a mistake." With whatever data you had at the time or whatever the circumstances were, it led to something that was not perfect. And it's kind of the same thing here. Like I'm sure of very little in life. So I probably shouldn't say things like that. So yeah, I don't think of this necessarily as a marketing thing. Yeah. Yeah, this I don't think I felt this. But I think what I would feel is, and this played into the job hunt process, is like I'm a programmer and I'm smarter than another programmer. I don't think that should ever be a consideration you make. I think there's know your audience, so you should always know who you're talking to and how you can get knowledge across to them. But whether you think they're smarter than you or dumber than you is not ever important. I don't know if it's necessarily this, Andy. I think there's maybe some correlation between ego and software development, but I don't know if it's that the intelligence is a link. I think it might be software itself and how you are working largely at first with just a computer and you get it to do things and then you're like, "Cool, I must be good at this." And then you start working with other people and really even at big companies you're working on average with what like 10, 20 people, maybe let's say 50 even. That's not a lot of people. So it might not be enough for you to get a gauge. Yeah, I think so too, RevRox. And that's why I say on the little things. So if someone says something like, "Hey, that's a bad design," and they're talking about, I don't know, some like a phone that they bought, it's like, that's probably a little thing. You should probably just trust them. Yeah, maybe it's a bad design. But yeah, for something big, if they're like, "You should make this business decision," yeah, that you should still look into. You've gotten a completely different picture of me on stream. I think this is probably something that was an active effort on my part to minimize it. That was marketing. That's bad. I want to actually become the thing I was marketing. Yeah, no one's ever the best programmer. I agree. I should just show this stuff over here. I mean, a lot of this. Yeah, I totally agree with this. I totally agree with this. Improving the team is something you need to internalize. And but I think there's a way to do it. I think there's like option one could be like let the team know that you did something. And then option number two is get the team to the result. Like actually both of these lead there. Both of them are getting the team the result, but one of them is like, yeah, I did this thing. And so something that I heard that was really impactful is, never make fun of how someone smiles or laughs because then you'll see those things less frequently. And those are very positive emotions. I think it's the same thing with seeking out knowledge. Always treat this with respect. Someone asks you like, "Hey, what does it mean to be whatever?" Let's say you're talking about like, what's the powerhouse of the cell? You wouldn't be like, it's mitochondria, you idiot. you'd, you'd tell them like, oh, hey, it's nice of you to ask. You don't need to have that level of decorum, I guess. But yeah, you would like just calmly and without a tone tell them what the answer is. And I think that's what is not happening a lot. You see this in code reviews sometimes. I shouldn't say not happening. I don't mean to generalize like that. But in code reviews, sometimes you'll find people are like nitpicky or that they kind of attack the code rather than trying to help the person doing it. And then there's this level of hierarchy that plays into it too, where as a senior developer, you might have a lot to gain from junior developers that you don't know that you have to gain. And if you don't seek it out, you'll never find out that you have that. So often there's only one right answer. The people who find that answer the fastest are rewarded. Yeah, it's an interesting thing to think. I remember that even in elementary school, like when I was, I guess what, 6 to 10, that there were these math quizzes that we'd have to do, and it's always like the teacher would be like, "Oh wow, you got it done quickly and you got it done well," and not just like, "Cool, you completed it and you did it well." Like speed did actually kind of matter there. It's changing the perceptual position, viewing oneself as an outsider. If I was person Z, how would I view the situation? Hard to do in the moment though. Yeah, and that's what I'm realizing. This is, I think, the hardest part of this is that if you were like, let's say your problem was I'm late to things. This is not something that pervades every part of your life, I think. This is probably like, oh, hey, there's an event coming up. What would I need to do to be on time? And so, however many events you have per week, those are your number of opportunities for being better at that. But when the problem is like, I have a high ego, this impacts, I feel like, every way that I think. And like I said, I've been working on this for a little over a month now, and I think I've gotten better at it. I don't know how good I've gotten at it. But yeah, I find that it's everything. It's like everything. It's like how you talk, how you think, how you act. On a regular job, you can watch them in their face a lot of times, see if they're serious or not. You mean that I can't see that with Twitch chat, and then I pretty much just have, is there a kappa at the end of the message or not to go off of? Also, what is this? GBT3. I don't actually know what that is. I don't know what this is. Are you talking about that AI thing? I had a coworker that had the ego that he had the greatest ideas. He had good ideas, but his code was awful. Yeah, so this is something that is another side of this coin, and I'm gonna get a little bit delayed on chat as I start talking about this stuff. But I feel like when you have a problem that you've identified as being worth working on, you start noticing other people who haven't decided to work on that problem. This is let's just go with that example of, let's say you were late to things all the time and someone finally got so mad at you and they're like, you know what, you got to show up on time, you're not respecting me, blah blah blah. And now you start to show up on time. Now you're going to realize when everyone else is showing up late to stuff because you spent the time and you introspected and you started working on this thing. And whatever problem you identified will always be a problem in somebody else somewhere, and you'll probably come in contact with them, whether it's ego, whether it's them being late. And then at that point, you just have to feel like, well, they haven't they haven't. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. That's it. At best, you could point out to them, but you can't fix another person. I've seen plenty of egocentric bad devs. Yeah, which I think is like the worst combination, right? It's like someone who thinks that they're right, that they know better than everybody else, but they really have nothing to back it up. When you're working on a problem and someone in chat suggested something, you were never condescending to them and always took them seriously. I think, like I said, that's the marketing way of looking at things. Well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe to some extent. I think that can be true. I think there are times when I still drop the ball. I guess that's how I can say this. Low ego person tries to understand what the other person might not have the same amount of exposure. Yeah, this is the whole don't judge a fish by its ability to climb. And I think that's what's important, and that's why really judgment shouldn't be cast for any of this stuff. It's like, imagine if a senior developer came up to you and said, "Hey, what's inheritance?" You'd be like, what? Like, how are you a senior developer and you never heard of inheritance? That might be your first reaction, but it's like, hey, you don't know what their story was. Maybe they were like a systems level programmer and they just coded in assembly, and it's not like you need inheritance in assembly. And yeah, so you should just teach them or find out what their knowledge is that they're missing. And I think if everyone had that attitude, that it'd be an easier world to work in. Whereas RC is smart, even though they both have incredibly high skill caps. Yeah, I think if you abstract out almost any realm, it's going to come down to it uses some part of your brain, and you can get better at it by exercising those parts. And there's probably, yeah, different skill caps, I guess, but I think how it activates your brain and how you go about attaining those skills is very different with programming and art. But I don't know if it's different enough to have a cognitive impact. Hey, Randy. Hey, like that. Your attitude's always made me want to surpass you. There's a pinch of provocation in your delivery. This is one of those things I feel a lot. Someone once told me, he said, you have a crushing optimism. And I think this is somehow a challenge to people. And I want to be very realistic about this and recognize that this is potentially a flaw in my personality. Because I've seen this play out in different ways in my life. So I don't want this to necessarily turn into like Adam therapy, by the way. I've thought about a lot about this myself, not this particular aspect, but just ego in general and what the impact is and how to get better at it and not letting it control you. But yeah, I want to recognize these things, and even how you phrase something. Like I said, language is so important. You can what's that term, negging, where you give a compliment, but it's a backhanded compliment. And you say something like, "Oh wow, that water bottle makes your head look small," or something like that. Um, Rather, you could just phrase it as a compliment, right? And then there, no harm done whatsoever. When someone asks a question, you stop thinking they don't know, but start thinking they approached you properly. Yeah, exactly. It's that thing about how if you make fun of someone's laugh or smile, then stop doing those things around you. If you make someone not want to pursue the knowledge that you have, then you're creating a barrier. Yeah. How could you not know what inheritance? Programmer guys are really big ego, you'd say. You can guarantee good money with a job, so I'm still superior. You, and this is what I was saying too. You can never address. I feel like if there's anyone else in the world you could change, that it's like the one person closest to you, whoever that is, like your best friend, your significant other, a family member of yours, that maybe you could change that one person. But other than that, you can only change yourself. And I'm pretty certain you'd never really be able to greatly change like very distant people. Now there's influence. I think you can still influence people. And maybe you write a book or something and you convince kind of random people out there. But I think in general, when they're too close to the situation but not close enough to really, really trust and believe in you, it's hard to make those changes. So yeah, I think you'll always find people like this who just there's no fixing them. I consider myself a pretty high ego person. I'm never afraid to give my personal opinion. Biggest takeaway I've had working in my current amazing team is that giving your opinion is never bad. Always consider the team is greater than the individual. Yeah, I think there's a difference between confidence and, well, maybe confidence is somewhat derived from ego. But I think there's a fine line then. I shouldn't say there's a difference. I think there's a fine line between being confident about something and going about it in a way that puts other people off. Whether it's condescension, whether it's insulting, berating somebody. Hey, Liquidor. Everyone calls you an idiot for making dumb jokes. That helps with ego. But you probably this is where you don't internalize insults from people who don't matter a lot of times, and I'm saying this in general. Like if someone came into this stream right now and is like, "You're the worst programmer," it's like, you haven't seen enough to be able to even judge that. And so if someone who's been in the stream for 5 years is like, "Adam, you could stand to be better," yeah, that might mean more, and that might be more hurtful as a result. But then I realized too, I talked to a friend of mine who actually, in talking to real life friends about this, you'll be surprised at how many other people say like, "Oh, I have a high ego too." I talked to a friend of mine who he's had the same sorts of things happen as me, where there's been a lot of like jerks thrown his way and let's say like hackers and those sorts of things. He's just like, it's a fact of life. Don't let it bug you. And it's very hard to adopt that mentality because for me, I feel like it's a slight against me somehow. If you're the smartest person in the room, then you're in the wrong room. Is he having more ego or considering other people not with the same level? If someone thinks they're the smartest person, I mean, look, there are times when you can be objective about this and not have an ego. Like there's always a criterion along which you can measure yourself and be better than somebody else. It could be more molecules in your body, or it could be, I don't know, whatever thing you can quantify. And with intelligence, while there are ways of quantifying it, I guess in general, most people have a gauge of like, oh yeah, that person's smarter than me at this. And so it's hard to say someone's smarter in general, but it's a little easier to say in this one specific realm, they have more knowledge or they're smarter about it or something. So I think if you're not being objective, then yes, I still think that you're having an ego. Looking at yourself like you're the smartest person is a gauge that's irrelevant. It's like when people ask me like, hey, how many lines of code is this game that you've made? It's like, that's interesting to them, so I have an answer for them, but I don't think it's a very good metric for anything. It's like asking how many times did you type the letter E today? Like, do you do anything with that knowledge? I don't think so. Yeah, my ego says I got better. I know. I know. That's why there's a balance. I think having zero ego is probably unattainable unless you're a monk who's meditating 24/7. But I think there's a way to minimize it to the point where it's not getting in the way. People tend to exaggerate their own flaws. Well, don't forget, you guys don't see the entirety of my life and how it impacts other people. And I've seen enough now of these impacts, and I know enough about how I think of myself to believe that this is a problem. Probably GPT-3. Okay, if that's the AI thing, then I think I have the idea. Yeah, I read some Stoicism. Yeah. And I watched a couple of YouTube videos. Although this is like reading about solid for programming principles where I always just forget what all the letters mean. Code was great, his ideas were terrible. But how was his ego? Was your high ego ever a real problem that prevented you from something specifically? Yes. Yes. Okay, so I'll give you guys an example that's very relevant. The Twitch partnership program. I did not join despite being invited to it for quite some time. And there was, and I don't remember exactly why, there was some amount of pride that went into this. I don't know what it was. And then I realized this is not the best thing for me. Having pride is hurting me. And so I became a Twitch partner. And most people would be proud to be a Twitch partner, but I didn't care about it. And somehow that mentality was holding me back. I still don't totally remember. This was back in now like 2016 or 2015 and 2016. But it was something like that where, yeah, there was just an example of like, why did I think that way? Like, what was going through my head? And then there's some more relevant ones more recently. I'll maybe talk about this in a little bit. I'll try to read through the rest of the chat. So for those of you who are maybe just dropping in, you can see what time it is in chat that I'm reading. So like 11:52, and it's now 10 minutes later. So the scroll bar generally indicates I have a lot to go through here. What's the difference between being aware of your own confidence and ego, in your opinion? Like I said, I think there's an objective measure of many things. Like if you say how many lines of code do I write per day, that's just a number. You can't contest that number. That is a number that is written in history for every single day that you've ever written a line of code. So likewise, there's a way of saying that I did something that had a particular result that was either good or bad. You will rarely be able to quantify it every time, but that will lead to your own competence. Then your ego, I think, will lead to you treating other people differently, seeing yourself in a different light. And like I said, I don't think you can minimize it down to zero. I think you should minimize your ego enough, but I think that it's helpful for protecting us in some ways too. Although that's a little harder for me to get into without knowing more about psychology. Never seen you being harsh or condescending, even about things that were obviously wrong. Even about things that I thought you were saying even when I was obviously wrong, which is still fine even if you said that, but it sounded funny to me. Yeah, I probably just did a good job at saying things that didn't show what I was thinking. Like what I'm trying to change here is a thought process and not necessarily what I say. I think my actions are okay. I don't think they're great, but I think they're okay. Engineering is an exercise in approaching problems logically to reach an end goal. Most rooms you're in, you'll find the answer to problems with that approach faster than everyone else. In a room of engineers who think like that, you have to listen and consider other ideas. Yeah, yeah. And I think we're still, this is kind of the general idea, which is totally on topic here. This stream title is Ego in the Software World. I think there's a personal responsibility to address this. And then also, I always wonder, how many times have you run into someone who does something that's maybe annoying or wrong or ethically questionable, and maybe it's never been called out on it? Like, you probably do something that bugs somebody else, and if you knew that you were doing it, you'd stop it, but you don't know that you're even doing it. And it could be something as innocuous as like chewing with your mouth open at a team lunch. Like, I had a coworker who did that, and it was really annoying, but I never told him, and so he probably just never knew. He wasn't doing it to bug anybody. And that's where you should never attribute things to malice when you can attribute them to ignorance. So, yeah, I think this is one of those cases where you need to help other people in whatever way you can, but you can't make the change for them. Mention life for a bit. I am of opinion a low ego person starts thinking that the other person he's speaking with is better than him. I think this is like that could happen for sure. But I think for me, what I'm trying to internalize is there's always something that you can learn from somebody else. Always. And it might not be relevant to whatever task at hand there is, but like that person probably knows something about some aspect of life that you just never even considered. Hey, Peter. Didn't find the mic in the spec sheet? I think it's in the text of the specs command. So if you type the specs command, it should be there. Or the mic command, I think, just links to the specs command, but it should be in the text of it at the very least. But I'll write this down and I'll try to fix it afterwards. But it's a CAD U37 mic or something like that. I'm not sure. Don't you think it might be an age barricade that's going away a bit? Younger people have somehow learned to behave a bit better. That's the look I have in my job. It used to be more kill or be killed mentality. This could be changing. Yeah. It's hard for me to say because even if I had enough experiences with this, it could be anecdotal. It could be based on the culture of the company, based on the culture of your country. Yeah. Your ego leads you to avoid asking questions. It certainly did for me at my first job. I felt like I should know it already. So if I didn't know it, then that would be a sign of weakness if I didn't ask. Or if I did ask, excuse me. Yeah. And that's a really bad way to think. it's another thing where it's like, have you ever been in a conversation with someone and they use a word you don't understand? So you're like, well, context clues lead me to believe it's this. So I'll just act like I know what it is. Then you find that you're in too deep because the next sentence they indicate that no, you didn't know what that word meant. At that point, you just ask, oh, well, actually, wait, what did that word mean? Maybe I didn't understand it correctly. It's like you shouldn't feel embarrassed about that. That's why I was saying this impacts every part of your life. It's just normal conversations where you have to start thinking, wait a second, I shouldn't act like I know about this. And this led to me having another realization. We talk about a lot of things that we know nothing about. And guess what? It's fine with friends because otherwise you'd never have a conversation. If someone's like, "Hey, how do you feel in this political climate?" or like, "What's the best way to go about doing X?" You'll have an opinion, right? That opinion is informed by so many biases and fallacies that I feel we're almost never able to talk about something. But then if we only talked about things we were experts on, we would talk about very little. So we talk about things that we don't really know, and then sometimes it leads to arguments. And then sometimes you realize, well, wait a second, why did this person even talk about this stuff? And it's like, well, it's just because people are social creatures. Yeah. How do you prevent getting a big ego? At some point, if you keep learning, you will be very good at something. And at that point, the majority of advice you get will waste your time in the end, at least for a specific area you're so deep into. I think this is what I think I'm trying to adopt as my mentality is always see the truth but act like blank. Where for me, the blank is respectfully, like in a low ego way, let's say. So the truth, I'll give you an example here. Let's say you never wanted to judge people, and then you come across someone who's like obviously trying to rob you. It's like it's not harmful for you to make the judgment and then remove yourself from that situation or deal it with it in whatever manner is appropriate at that time. And so with ego, I think it's the same way. If you've gained enough knowledge now where you're the expert and everyone else is like just completely wasting your time, it's like, okay, recognize that there's like a 95% chance that you probably know what's going on here, but there's a 5% chance that you don't. So listen with an open mind. That's as good as you can do. Or just say like, hey, look, I need to institute a policy here where you kind of recognize where I'm coming from. I don't know. This is like we'd start getting into nitty gritty of a case by case basis. Yeah, and I think this is true too. Yeah, you can decline advice without having an ego. And I think there's always a way to go about handling this, and this is where it gets different. Some people will want to hear like, "Oh yeah, I'll take that into account," even though you're taking it into account was literally just that sentence of like, I've rejected this in my head, but that's taking it into account for me. And some people want to hear like, look, here's why I don't think it's good, and they want a breakdown of why. Yeah, I agree with this too. I think probably everybody would. Afternoon think bot. Well, I have a bigger ego. I win the big ego contest. Nothing will make you check your ego more than anonymous feedback. Yeah, I got a lot of anonymous feedback about Botland too. I mean, I'm still getting it. It's like there's still Steam reviews where people are like, "This game is bad," and yeah, I took that as like just an insult at first. I recognize that there's truth in that as well, but then I always thought like, why didn't they just phrase it in a nicer way? But then, hey, you got to ask yourself the same thing of like, well, where are they coming from? What's worked for them in the past? If you go your whole life seeing something happen, and as a result, some other event happens, that you'll just link those two things in your head without necessarily ever questioning it. So when people give you negative feedback, you might always link it to, well, that was an insult in the past. So every time I get negative feedback now, it's not that I have something to work on, it's that it's an insult. And I heard these words before, which is be curious, not defensive when it comes to handling feedback. I think this is really good, but it's very tough to internalize. And so again, I'm trying to be very mindful about what I'm doing and how I'm approaching things. Where you type E so much that creating a shortcut or macro for it would make you more efficient. Yeah. So we can mutate this a little bit and get to a point where there is some nugget of truth where this would be a valuable metric. Yeah. But hopefully I demonstrated what I meant with my example. Nothing to be proud about, sure, because you obey the rules, fix the Twitch. I wouldn't say that's the winner in all cases. Really, I think for the partner themselves, they get some obvious perks. They get money, they get ad revenue, they get extra perks like a faster support queue, presumably. And for the community, they get someone to rally around who's got more of a status symbol to them, I guess. And yeah, Amazon, of course, wins because then the partner is encouraged to make even more money. But yeah, I agree that this is representative of that brain, but I also want to make sure that I'm exemplifying this everywhere. And I think that, like, I'm going to keep going back to this, but really, like, ego is everything. It's actions, it's thoughts, it's language, it's just everything that happens, or it impacts it all. And so this is me in the last month and a half, maybe I've been intentionally trying to live every day thinking, am I doing a good job with this? And not phrasing it in that way, of course, but like, have I kept it in check? What is the low ego way of pursuing this? And even things like, okay, so I'll give you an example. I was on a phone call where I probably shouldn't have started things that way. Okay, you might be able to link this to what I'm talking about, but please don't make any guesses. I was on a phone call that lasted 45 minutes. I might have already said this before, and I maybe said something for like 5 minutes of that time. And I was very annoyed by the end of that call. And I thought, is it because of ego that I'm annoyed? And I've asked a bunch of people about this, and they said, no, that just sounds like an annoying situation. So I honestly don't know what to take from some of these things, but I'm trying to examine even things like that from this lens of, look, this was like a very one-sided phone call. Gauge my productivity on how many key presses. I think it's a fun stat. Yeah. Hey, Chris. Once worked with a senior dev that kept breaking the Liskov substitution principle. Get angry if people point out bugs in his code. Yeah, this defensiveness, man, it's just so difficult to work with because it's like you're just trying to help. One of the most negatively impactful times of the job I had before Botland was one day I had to go to different team members and I had to point out just, hey, we're going to instill some linting rules. And I was the messenger in this case. I wasn't the one who came up with these rules. And one of the rules was that instead of using double equals, start using triple equals, which in JavaScript is going to do type coercion. And it's going to not compare. It's not gonna like this is gonna be false. And I went to a guy, and he got mad. He got so mad, and I was wondering why he was getting mad at me. He got so mad that he walked to one of the most senior developers in the company and said, "Hey, have we ever actually had problems due to this?" And the senior developer's like, "Yeah, we have." And then he pointed out, and I'm like, "How did you even think of this?" But he remembered that there were bugs that were caused by this, and that's what cooled this guy off a little bit. And I thought you didn't need to jump right from 0 to 60, and it just jarred me so much because I just thought like my task was I'm gonna go talk to people about, hey, there are these linting rules coming up from on high over there, let's implement them now. And I got like yelled at basically, and I just wasn't expecting that. So yeah, this defensiveness instead of wondering like, okay, why is this happening and being a little bit more reasonable. I mean, I know everybody has bad days, but something worth keeping in mind. Yeah. Hey, good one. And hey, Kwando. Yeah. Politely point out certain flaws or behaviors. Yeah. And I think this too is where each culture in the world has their own way of communicating even basic points. So I'll give you an example. When I started working at Microsoft, I heard my lead say to one of his direct reports, "You're getting fat." Now they were of the same culture, and the guy who was told this did not take it as an insult at all. But to me, I was like, "Whoa, you can't do that." I wasn't offended for that person. I just thought, what if he said that to me? Or like that was not right in my eyes. And so let's say you told someone about, hey, here's a flaw. That difference in communication could lead to them not taking it seriously or not understanding the extent of the flaw, or maybe not understanding it. I don't know, just the impact, I guess. I probably already said that. And so there is a fine line there. And then being able to point it out a second time. And just generally, I think this is one of the issues with feedback is that you have to give it in the right way. And then the other person needs to believe it, and then the other person needs to recognize when they can work on it. And all three of these things are tough. So you can say, hey man, you wrote a bug in this. I really think we could have gotten around this by just testing it more. The other person has to even just first say, like, yeah, you're right. Tests would have helped with this. But it's not enough for just those two things to happen. Afterward, they need to say, oh man, this is one of those cases where I can write a test and I should write a test. And if not all three parts of that happen, then the process needs to happen again completely. Except for now, you have to worry a little bit more about giving it in the right way because you have to be like, hey man, there's another bug we could have solved by just having a test for this. And like, I thought we agreed last time on this. And, and yeah, it becomes a very difficult conversation to have at some point. What if we accepted we're humans who feel and have weaknesses? Do we need to rationalize everything? What's the skip this part for? I think accepting that we're humans, accepting that we have weaknesses is fine. I think there are different strategies about how we approach that. One is to try to address the weaknesses, and the other is to try to let our strengths sort of smooth out the weaknesses. And as a team, you have you have that same view you could apply of like the team as a whole might have a weakness as well. And so for me, I think what I think I value the most is can I sleep at the end of the day? And what I mean by that is like, have I made the right decisions? So I think if I think like this, where I think a weakness has affected me enough, I think it's worth addressing. But then there are other weaknesses like I can't draw. I don't think that's worth addressing at all. Yeah, why did I remove it from your lives? You can still use it. You just gotta hack Twitch. I think I'm better because I do that and I've learned that lesson and others haven't. Yeah. So for me, what I would try to do, and I'm not saying you should, but my viewpoint now is that I can see that it's good and not think that I'm better at other people for doing it. But it is very tough to change how you think. This is detrimental to your growth. I think it can be, although you can supplement this by finding mentors anywhere on the internet, in your network of people you know, at other companies. There are probably meetups. And I think it's worthwhile to do that because you might not know where your blind spots are. Yeah, and of course, there's certainly a path without doing that. I just think it's probably faster to get someone to talk to you. This is the typical like you've got a problem where I don't know, you're working on your computer and you're like, man, this thing keeps happening and I don't know what to do about it. And if you only just talk to somebody else, you could save 3 hours because they tell you, oh yeah, that's impossible because of a bug in this one version. But if you try to figure it out yourself, then you might not be covering any important ground. People don't always have your set of upbringing factors. What I go with, take the negative feedback and pick the good stuff. Yeah, and this is that point I was trying to make about always see the truth. So usually you can tell if someone's saying something to insult you or to actually give you feedback. Usually. And if you're clouded by some immediate anger or defensiveness, it'll make it harder to see what they might have meant. Almost always when someone tells you something, there's a reason for it, even if they don't realize it. Sometimes it's just because they want to talk. Sometimes it's because they have information to convey. And yeah, in the case of feedback, it's recognizing what's the level of importance that you should place on it. Was there a misunderstanding? I think there's some shame in being egoistic. At least that's how I feel. Because I think it's led to actions that I'm not proud of. And I think, well, if only I could change my thinking, it wouldn't have led to those actions. Yeah. Is it normal to have an Instagram account as a developer? Probably, yeah. Yeah. Triple equals is without doing type coercion. Sorry, I don't know if I said that backwards. I know what I had meant, and I sometimes just go on autopilot as I speak. Paying the question of what the resolution is that you're searching for. Do you want to be braced for every situation and not only react to it properly, but also feel like it's the right thing? Yeah, I think it's a good question. So I always kind of look at things like a pendulum here. Like if you think of the pendulum being way out here in ego land and you try to swing it back to like a neutral, good territory, it'll probably swing a little too far and then you'll need to course correct after that. And that's probably what's going to happen here. I want to be hyper aware of it and figure out exactly what impact it's having so that I can figure out what to do moving forward. So I don't necessarily have an answer. I think that those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. So I want this to be in some level of my consciousness. And I have to think about what level it should be at eventually. Hey, so not simple. How you been? It's serious. It's serious, Jupiter. Yeah. It's not trying. We write one equal sign here, and if you can't do it with that, you can't do it at all. How's the job hunting going? It's going well. I've got an interview on Friday. I've got another one on Monday, and that's actually it for now. I've been yelled at for no reason as well by people being miserable. Yeah, I think that has almost like a visceral reaction for me where I don't even have the time to think. It's like this person just jumped to anger immediately and they're angry at me somehow. And it's like in the case I described, I was a messenger. It's like if I came to you and told you, "Hey, your groceries aren't going to be delivered today." And someone's like, "Why would you do this to me?" And I'm like, "I was just told by the delivery guy, but he couldn't make it to your house." It's like you shouldn't be mad at me. Now, if I make a decision, I'm not saying people can't be mad at you, but in that case, I had almost no responsibility. It was just to tell people about this message. Yeah. When you're new at a job, a big ego would be a problem, wouldn't it? I think it'd be a problem whether you're new or you're old. I think it just, I think it's just a problem. Like, there's a question of how much does ego help on its own? But then there's also the question that you're kind of asking, which is how much does a big ego help? And I think it's hurtful. But the answer to this is probably some amount. But yeah, I don't think a big ego helps. It's still so hard to imagine you being so pathologically egocentric after having a fundamentally different experience. And maybe there's some credence to what was said earlier about how we see people differently from how we see ourselves. Because I talked to a couple of other friends about this, one of them said, "Hey, I struggled with this too," and I definitely saw it with him. And another friend said that she struggled with it, and I was like, "Are you talking about at work? Like I've never seen you act this way in just our friendship." She said, "Yeah, mostly work and also with family." So maybe for me, it's in situations you guys wouldn't have seen, but since I live my own life, that I've seen them, and I think that it's a problem. But this is part of it too. Like I, I always have very much valued the truth and saying things and seeing things honestly. And so this is a conversation I've kind of wanted to have, but I always thought like, is it worth doing? Can I maintain composure throughout it? I think it's worthwhile. I think it's good to talk about. And I think it's the reason I wanted to do it is because I want to be held accountable for this stuff. And I think the best way to do that is to tell people about it. Still think the hardest thing in any job is the people. Yeah. Yeah. Software is predictable. Yeah, I agree. And I think that if you truly believe in a team or a product that you can't have the same impact unless you have other people. And that's where I was saying, No Man is an Island. Fun function in the last stream that I saw him do, he said a quote that I've heard before, which was, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. That is really, really important. I think that's the No Man is an Island, but just said differently. Things I like most, things that can be improved, things I don't understand, new ideas to consider. Yeah, I used to be in a club called Toastmasters, which was a public speaking club. And one of the ways that they talked about for giving feedback was the sandwich method, which they say a good thing, say something where there's an improvement that can be made, and then say another good thing. So you've got a sandwich where the unpleasant part of the sandwich is in the middle. Most sandwiches work the opposite way, unless you really love bread. So I think anything where all this boils down to is consider your audience and consider that it's easy to hear good things and it's not so easy to hear bad things. So if you mix them up, it can be easier to take as a whole. Do you have a good answer for the question? Why are you looking for a position where you have to socialize a lot, even though you spent your last 4 years in your basement without improving your people skills? I think you should have an answer for this question. I'm not trying to step the boundaries here. I think that the people asking this question would likely have seen my resume, so it's not like this would just come out of the blue. And my answer for this would be I've worked in this scenario painted here of just being in my basement for a certain amount of time, and it was not a long amount of time. It was maybe 3 months, and that was enough for me to go crazy. And so that was one of my big concerns when I started streaming, but that never happened because I do have social interaction on Twitch. And I don't think it's probably very different from working remotely because every company that's hiring right now that I'm talking to is working remotely for the next like 4 to 10 months. So it's going to be the same where you talk to people over voice chat, you talk to people over text chat. You will never see them face to face for like another year. Yeah, I remember that. What a saga that was. Nothing good from the mentoring if you don't get paid for the same. I've mentored quite a few people for free. This I'm not sure I understand. But to take this at face value from what I do understand from this, I think it's still worth paying it forward to some other people. Like some amount of your time should be spent enriching other people's lives without necessarily getting anything other than the satisfaction for it. I don't think there's some obligation for you to spend 10 hours a week mentoring for free, but maybe you have a friend, maybe you have a coworker. You don't necessarily need to get anything in return. Yeah, so one of the things that I was kind of wondering is I have these very open-ended discussions sometimes on Twitch, and it's very easy to do that. Like I'm sort of if you were to think about this in a work environment, this might not fly as much because people would be like, why is this person hosting these discussions, right? But I've always thought, is this worth having in a company as well? We're like, hey, let's talk about some difficult topics. And knowing that you have to set aside time for that could be spent on development, I think is interesting. I think it makes sense for a lunch kind of conversation. Have other people ever told you that you have a high ego or an ego problem? I don't know if I've heard that specifically, but it's like there are a lot of indications that that's the issue. Yeah. So people don't necessarily need to say as much for me to think that. Like, it's totally possible that I'm misattributing this, but I think the reason there's some confusion or some surprise in chat is because that on Twitch, it's not the exact same situation that I'm thinking about when I think of these things. Yeah. But anyway, I think I should hold myself to a pretty high standard. The MS job is the only one that you'll have, even if you don't like it. Would you take it? No, I wouldn't. Yeah. I think it's the job of a good manager as well to keep people's I cannot read this message to keep people's egos in check. Someone's constantly trying to show off and belittle others. Yeah, I agree. There's some sort of communal responsibility here too, where it shouldn't just be the manager. Ideally, I feel like the order of responsibility here probably goes with the person themselves, then maybe the manager, then the rest of the team. And also, if you were to consider non-professional people in here, like their friends, although their friends might not see it if it's in a professional capacity, but like the person is always where the buck stops, I feel. And then after that, it's like, hopefully they can take feedback because it's got to come from someone else after that. Hey, can see you. Leave what some of the comments say. You need two people to make good relationship. I don't know how many efforts you make to be a better person. Yeah, with relationships specifically, I've always heard it as both people give 100%. This is in romantic relationships. In a working relationship, that'd be practically impossible because you have so many of them. But yeah, it comes down to two people. The most frequent problem I've encountered is not enough confidence, not too much confidence. Might be personal experience. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder how chat feels about this. I wonder which one is more common for them. People who underestimate their own skills or people who overestimate their own skills? Yeah. Because I think, yeah, it's imposter syndrome. I think that's the underestimating your own skills, not giving yourself credit for what you can do. But then I also think high ego people, maybe they just stand out more and they're less interested. Dr. K is a fantastic resource. I'll have to take a look. By the way, this is another thing I've tried to do is if someone makes a suggestion to me, this is a suggestion that's totally on topic and everything, but this just reminded me of something. Someone makes a suggestion to me that I think is something I wouldn't normally do. I'm trying to just say yes more to things. Now, granted, I can only do that so much because, of course, a lot of people suggest videos to me, and there's only so much time in the day to watch videos, so I have to say no at some point. But in general, there are lots of things I've been trying to do that I wouldn't normally have done. And I don't think I deserve credit for that. I think it's that those to me are indications that things are going slightly better. Okay, so currently I am only 6 minutes behind on chat. That's not too bad. Finally, we can have a real conversation now that unknown's here. I think Toastmasters is good even if you consider yourself good at public speaking, if only for a month or two, just to kind of see how other people go through this. What does no man is an island mean? It means that no one should try doing everything alone. When you're an island, you're not connected to anything else or anybody else. And this is the attitude that I kind of have as an engineer for a lot of different things. Like originally, I was thinking, well, if I can solve the problem, then I should solve the problem. And a simple counter example to this in software is like use libraries, use framework. Why go reinvent the wheel? And so the more appropriate one though, based on this conversation, is use other people too, and not exploit them, as in just literally like, they're resources sometimes, and you can talk to them about, hey, what knowledge do you have about this? What did you do already? Could you help me build this? I think it's really good to grow your presence as a developer. I totally think so. I think this is another thing where it's like I shouldn't judge other people. I think that how you communicate on a day-to-day basis is something you're going to do for the rest of your life. It's like what I say about if you improve your typing speed, you're probably going to end up saving days in your lifetime, because for at least the next 10 years, I can't see typing going away. Then maybe we get to a point where speech models have gotten fast enough, or there's some like direct brain interface. But for the next at least 10 years, probably going to be typing, right? So get faster at typing. Same thing with speaking. You're going to be speaking to people the rest of your life. I don't ever see that changing. And how you communicate your ideas on a day-to-day basis play into how you'll communicate your ideas in a meeting, in a presentation setting. Yeah, mid 2021. Yeah, I think that's like the minimum too. Just from listening, I get the feeling that you feel like your ego can sometimes be so harmful that it seems to invalidate all the good and right things you do. Should be a fair thing to think. People tend to remember one bad thing instead of 10 good things. I still internalize my accomplishments. When I say I don't remember them, that's literally just a memory problem, because I don't remember a lot of the bad things either. But I recognize a lot of what I did for Botland and what I did for Adam Learns is like, it's impressive stuff, and I want to internalize that. And I've noticed when other people struggle with this too, that I'm like, you've got to change it at the thought and the language level first, so that you can internalize this stuff. Otherwise, compliments will bounce off of you like rain on an umbrella. I think that it's very hard to talk about this stuff and not sound like I have imposter syndrome. I don't think I struggle from that, but I think that's how I come off when I talk. One of the best things you ever did. Yeah, debate is always something I thought would be pretty interesting. I've never tried it though. If all you have is a hammer, every problem will look like a nail. Yeah. 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 Diversity has really kind of been drilled into me over the last few years, not by anybody else, but just by observing what happens. And I've mentioned this before, but man, Twitter, if you ever take any controversial issue and you just go on Twitter and try to find a side that you don't necessarily know a lot about, and it could be any issue. Let's take something kind of meaninglessly controversial like pineapple on pizza. Let's say you hate it. If you go and find the people on Twitter who love it, you'll see very angry conversations about it, and yet you'll probably learn something. And what you'll learn will be the same thing that we're kind of talking about here with high ego feedback or confidence that people have, which is that there's some nugget of truth in it. And you need to extract that. And sometimes on Twitter, it's very tough because there's a lot of anger and shouting. But I think it's the same thing with this. If you don't have that variety, you can't extract those nuggets of information. So you'll try to make do with what you have. Do you not do retrospectives or such? Sounds like the perfect candidate for those types of discussions. What do you mean? Because these open-ended discussions are pretty much the retrospectives. I think what you mean is like at my job, but like Twitch has been my job for the last 5 years. So if that's what you meant by retrospectives, yeah, I don't. There is no thing like that for me. Also, hey for you. I think you kind of slipped on in under the radar here for me. Being a streamer, showing your face requires a certain ego. No, or is that irrelevant? Yeah, this is where I was saying I don't think it's worth cutting it down to zero. Yeah, there's probably a certain amount of ego that needs to go into this. And this is even things like, look, for the last, I don't know, 10 years or so, maybe more than that, I was working out 3 times a week. And I was just lifting weights. I wouldn't play sports. I didn't care about this stuff. And I've even thought about like, how does this impact what I'm talking about here? Like, am I lifting weights to look good? Is that an ego thing? Is I mean, thanks to coronavirus, I haven't been able to go to the gym for the last like 4 months. But yeah, I've even been questioning things like that. So this part specifically about being a streamer, I would generally say that streamers are high ego people. And I have documented, I think, every single person I've met through Twitch. And I would say on average, and I don't denigrate these people, I like a lot of the people that I met. But yeah, on average, the people I met who were streamers have a higher ego. And it makes sense. You're on your own stream. You have an audience who's there only to watch you because it's only your stream, right? So you start to get this inflated sense of self-worth, and you're used to talking about yourself because you will have an endless amount of people who are there to engage that conversation. And so I try to be very careful about this in real life because I never wanted this to pervade my real life. I said that I recognize the things that I do that are good, and I wanted to just be like just a transparent stream, as in I can see this happening and I hopefully don't let it affect. YouTube audit still going on? Sorry for the delay. You might have told me about it. I don't think I remember this though. Yeah, do you mind sharing again? Confidence is not the same as ego. It's the opposite, actually. You think confidence is the opposite of ego? I think they're derived from the same thing. Once worked with someone who said their dream job is working with people smarter than them. I think that's a good mentality to have. But then again, I think I probably, it resonates with me because I also want to learn a lot. Yeah. I don't know who Dr. K is. I'll have to take a look at this. Find that people who overestimate their own skills are more harmful than the people who underestimate. Yeah, they're probably more harmful, but what I was wondering about is the frequency. You think the yes game gave you good results? So I do. I definitely think so. I'll give you a concrete example, actually, because I see the next person in chat is CEO of Coronavirus. CEO of Coronavirus helped with the mock interview. That was definitely great. But then when he saw that I was struggling, he said, hey, if you want, I can have a session with you over the weekend and we can talk about this more. Now, the normal me would have been like, no man is an island except for Adam. And I would have been like, no, thanks. That's really nice of you. But no, I don't think I'm going to take you up on that offer. But I was trying to be very mindful. I'm just like, you know what? I need help. You offered to give me help. So yeah, let's go do it. And he helped out. Yeah, we had a session over the weekend. I think it was really good. And those are the kinds of actions that I'm trying to change and that you guys, I guess, don't really see because, yeah, if I had declined, I would have politely declined, but you wouldn't have known why I was declining. That's why I think everyone's saying, like, I don't see this side of you, Adam, but it's like, I definitely feel this way. So, yeah, I think it's giving good results. I think it's also important to just realize, like, hey, I don't know everything. When it comes to conversations, even if we're talking about something like totally crazy that I don't believe in, it's like, well, let's have the conversation anyway. Healthy gamer on Twitch, Harvard psychiatrist who basically does counseling on stream. Interesting. Yeah, I'll write that down. You should say yes to going skydiving. So this is where I was saying I have to draw the line somewhere, right? And so there are going to be things that I'm not interested in just because I'm not interested in, right? And skydiving isn't even necessarily one of them. I'd probably try skydiving. But if someone's like, hey, want to go have pizza without pineapple on it, I'm totally fine saying no to them. Best software engineer checking in. We got a few self-proclaimed best software engineers. We'll have to duke it out. But yeah, what are the haps? We're just talking about ego and what the impact is on software engineers and just life in general. It's a very different stream from what I normally do, but it was something that I felt was very close to me. I've confessed that I think my ego is too big, and I've been working on it the last month and a half. I realize I can improve a lot more in that particular thing. There's never an I'm good enough. Wait. You say sometimes I feel I have imposter syndrome, but then the rest of this sounds like imposter syndrome. That you never feel like you're good enough. That's what it is, imposter syndrome. So it sounds like you do have imposter syndrome. Now, what it also sounds like is this is kind of the Dunning-Kruger of you get to the point where you know what it takes to be good at something, and you might recognize that you don't have those things, so you ignore that you're actually in like the 70th percentile of that thing. But that's where I think you should always be proud of your accomplishments You should recognize them and you should celebrate. Basically, do what you can to internalize your accomplishments. So yeah, think of just even listing this out can be a good therapeutic exercise of like, what are 3 things you're grateful for? You could say, what are 3 things I did well in the last month? It'll help train you to realize that you've got those accomplishments. Andor. Speech recognition gets that good, I'd still prefer typing. Speaking is tiring. But imagine if there's the brain interface, you didn't have to speak. That'd be pretty crazy. Just shared thoughts. The hive mind of humanity. A period in my life I had so much ego that when the teacher explained classes, I thought they were stupid. It's better to write all on one file. Yeah, so I don't know if the kappa is that this is a joke or not, but I've had something like that happen too. I remember back in like 8th grade or something that our history teacher was telling us something, and I thought, like, no, that's not right. It's like, what did I know? And I was clearly wrong about that too, whatever I'd said. But I still had that attitude, and that's why I'm saying this has been with me my whole life. I'm going to try to work on it. Like, you could chalk that up to being a dumb kid, right? But like, if it still happens afterward, then it's not being a dumb kid anymore. It's being a dumb adult. Worked on a small npm library, going through common code. Wait, simple little utility I made for one person. YouTube team keeps telling me I can't do things like displaying likes and dislikes. This might actually be against their terms of service. But yeah, I don't remember you telling me about that. Also, I'm currently 9 minutes behind on chat, so it actually got more delayed now. Let's see. What's the VS Code extension I'm using? It's called To Do Plus. If you do the To Do command or the VS Code command, you'll find it. Pineapple pizza, it's good. It's good. This is what caused chat to pick up. You've only been streaming the past 5 years? Yeah. I started on September 8th, 2015. 20,105. I don't think the wanting to lift weights to look good is an ego thing, honestly. But it probably is, right? Like, lifting weights to be healthy is not an ego thing. Lifting weights to look good is, though. Depends on if you enjoy it intrinsically. If it's just fun, then it's not ego. Well, okay, so for sure, there's definitely a part of me that believes and is internalized that it is healthy and I should do it for that reason. So no matter what, it's not 100% ego. But how much of it is to be healthy? Although I guess I do enjoy it too, you're right. Yeah. Because I was going to say I could just go running, but I don't enjoy running as much. I think you're one of the most down to earth tech streamers around me. Well, thanks, Cheese Weasel. Yeah, like I was saying, I've gotten this sentiment now a decent amount today saying like I don't think you've got a high ego. But like I said, I don't think it shows on stream as much. I think sometimes it probably does. But I think mostly it's in actions that take place off stream or that you wouldn't know have driven something I said. Is it the source of revenue? I don't really have a source of revenue right now. I mean, yeah, I guess I'm making like $10 a day or something. But that's not really. I'll just consider it to be zero, I guess. Stupid people also have a lot of viewers on Twitch, mostly gamers. So yeah, that's something that Twitch streams boost. I don't think it has to do with stupidity. That's not the point I was trying to make. Because I think even smart people still fall prey to this. And I think it's natural that it happens that way. Like, imagine if you were just given a TV show all of a sudden, you'd probably slowly fall out of touch with what you might have been like beforehand. And that's kind of what's going on here, right? Everyone on Twitch just starts up their own TV show. And if they get enough viewers, really think about this. Dr. Disrespect was streaming on YouTube recently, and with his intro screen up had like 370,000 viewers. Have you ever seen 370,000 people at once? The only time you might have ever seen something like that is at very big rallies, right? Because stadiums hold what, 80,000 or something at most? So we're talking like 4 stadiums of people watching one person's intro screen. Like, think of what that probably does to you. It'd be very hard for you to say, like, I'm a normal person. And then when he started streaming, I know it went above 400,000 at some point. I don't know how high it got. Yeah. I'm going to keep good health and improve my learning retention. Yeah. Yeah. And so, okay. So this, I know I was asking like, how do you guys feel about this? But I think that general question is there for me no matter what, which is this a high ego thing or is this driven by ego? I think those questions are there for me right now. And this is where I was talking about that whole pendulum swinging in the opposite direction, where I want to ask this for everything to the point where I've like become hyper aware of it so that eventually it swings back to like, okay, here's a healthy level. I can still be proud and trash talk someone when I beat them at Smash, but I'm not gonna like rub it in someone's face if they don't know something about software engineering. And I think differentiating between those two things is pretty important. Do you really mean high ego in the sense of having bad traits, most likely caused by their ego, or just streamers that seem confident about what they do? It'd be very hard to discuss this without getting into specifics, but I think it's high ego. But it's very tough to know, right? You can only see the actions in that someone does and the things that they say. You can't know what thoughts are going through their head. So it's possible I misinterpreted. Do you know who I am? So I worked at a grocery store, but I've never worked at fast food. I've never worked at like a retail store or something. But apparently customers really do say this. Well, not this probably. Do you know how many Twitch followers I have? But they have this attitude, and whoo, that is bad. I think most social media platforms succeed when they fuel people's egos as opposed to building community. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. 100%. I agree with you on this. I think that this is where almost every company needs a mission statement, and it's almost never going to be their actual mission. Every company's mission statement, no, not every company, 90% of companies' mission statement is we want to make money. That's their mission statement, but they can't say that. So they're like, we want to bring communities together and value diverse opinions and highlight the minority on Twitter or something, whatever, something. And it's like, no, they want people to use their platform and serve ads. Did I have an interview last week? No, I had a call with Microsoft. It was going to be an interview, but I don't think the team would have been a good fit. So I said, like, thanks. We both parted our separate ways. Yep, casual CEO of coronavirus. Could have named themselves anything else on Twitch. Oh, I don't mean to shame anybody in any of this. I know I'm saying things like having a big ego is bad. I don't say that to shame people. I'm saying this because this is my own process for pursuing this conversation, and this is what I think. But it's not to put anybody down. And so, same thing about when I was talking about going to the gym. Like, what are the reasons for going to the gym? There are lots. You could enjoy it. You could be doing it for your health. You could be doing it for your looks. You could be doing it because you like the social aspect. Because you just have to kill time. Like, there's a million different reasons, right? And none of them are bad. Or not intrinsically bad because it could lead to something that's bad. Go hack a satellite with them. Yeah, put your money where your mouth is. Best engineers. Hey, Koja. Yeah, so I might be taking away from the discussion by using that as an example. My point with that was if you go to Twitter for real controversial issues, which are still matters of taste, like how should we form a government? How should we treat people? Those are things where yes, they're still just opinions, but they have very real impact. If you go on Twitter and you find opposing viewpoints, I think there's a lot to be learned there, and it's just how they're phrased is so bad that nobody's actually doing any learning. Yeah, I think this is it, right? Rickety Rocket, I think it is a good job covering it up. And I think this is why it's a little weird to talk about on stream because everyone has kind of said that same thing. But I don't feel that way and I need to know what I feel my reality is too. Yeah. Can you have a TLDR on this topic? Yeah. Summary so far is I think one of my biggest flaws is my ego. And about, I'm just going to say like 6 to 8 weeks ago, not 6 to 8, like 4 to 6 weeks ago, I started trying to work on how I think. And I want to go to therapy too, but I want to wait until I have a traditional job for that because I don't want to pay for it. So I'm hoping that it's some part of the health benefits. But yeah, I want to talk to a therapist about this too, and share all the little things that I haven't shared in here. So if I were ever talking about a particular person or a company, I'd feel more comfortable sharing it there, I think. And in 2016. Yeah. Do you have an example of what makes you think you have too big of an ego? Is this during Twitch or before? Oh, it was all throughout. So yeah, before as well. And examples, I've given some Okay, I'll give you an example from much more recent. This is very relevant to everything we've been talking about. I've been doing interview prep now for well, like close to 2 months. And there were companies that I talked to where I talked to the CEO or the CTO, and my thought coming out of that conversation was, I know more than they do, but I couldn't make my business successful. I should say at engineer. This was my thought. That is a terrible, terrible thing to think. And it made me not want to work for them. And it might have been a good job. But just because of this, I thought, wow, I'm not going to do that. That's like purely an ego thing. And it's a harmful ego thing too. So I don't know. I'm not proud of this at all. I think it's worth having that transparency and sharing this. This is where I was saying I think this conversation could get very real very fast. But yeah. But yeah, you guys don't hear about this. I'm not going to share this, right? I like only shared it now because it's very pertinent to the conversation. But yeah, now I'm trying to work on it. I want to be better about this stuff. Or software engineer contributed to this twisted view. In my opinion, programmers should be told to sit down and have it broken down. They're not as critical as food delivery drivers. I think there's some bits of this I agree with, but I don't think programmers get the sense of self worth through being critical. I think it's that society places a lot of value on money, and programmers tend to make a lot of money, and that makes them feel like they might be better than other people. Do you ever get into a loop where you're a few minutes behind chat, so every few minutes you repeat the same topic? Yeah. So again, for anyone who doesn't see this, you can see the timestamps right here. And if you type Adam time, or if you just look at my screen right now, it's 12:56, and I'm reading chat from 12:46. I want to respond to everybody, and so I'll eventually, if chat gets faster, I'll just be like 20 minutes or 40 minutes behind, and yeah, we'll just go through all this. Yeah, that's a good non-ego line. I totally agree. I think there are a lot of good reasons to do it, and honestly, even if ego's a reason, you can indulge in cases, right? Like a time to indulge in ego is not when someone asks you, "Hey, how do I do this?" and you're like, "What an idiot! You don't know." That's not a time to indulge in ego. But if indulging in your ego is like, "Hey, I look good because I go to the gym," yeah, that's probably a healthy way to go about it. You can't truly judge whether you enjoy something intrinsically or not. Yeah, that's true. We'll start to get very philosophical about this. And almost always, I feel like this question comes up at some point, which is what is happiness? Like, how do we define it? How do you measure it? And then how do you take actions based on what you think makes you happy? So it's the same thing here. How do you know you're enjoying something? I totally agree. That's very tough to tell. You don't know what biases are playing into that. Yeah, makes sense. The TV stars out of us. Stupid people have more friends than smarter folks. Yeah, some of these studies are kind of interesting because you can sort of argue with results a little bit. Like you can say correlation is not causation. No, stupid people have more friends. It's actually because of some other thing. What was it? It was there's some other. It was like people who own horses are typically healthier, and what this implies to you is like, oh, horses have something to do with your health. But no, it's just people who own horses have a lot of money, so they can afford healthcare. Well, at least this is an issue in the U.S. Yeah. Wow, 512K viewers. Yeah. Yeah, but can you ever imagine that? Like, at no point in most of our lives are you ever going to have 500,000 people listening to you at once. And when I say most, I mean like 99.9999999, something like that percent is never going to have 500,000 people listening to them. In fact, if you think about it, if you were to make a YouTube video and count all of your views there, and then all of the people you talk to in real life, it probably still won't reach 500,000 people for most people. So yeah, this is so exceptional, so far, so many standard deviations above the norm that you would probably think like I'm special. Hey, Robin. Four stadiums or four stadia. Yeah, typical. Do I say maximums or should I say maxima and sound like a jerk to everybody? when he might lose his audience. So it's only 1,000 people. Yeah, this is something that I think everyone who might have tried streaming already, you've probably fallen prey to. I've seen so many people say, I'm just streaming for myself. And I keep thinking, well, why are you making certain decisions if you're only streaming for yourself? And this is where I say it's important to see the truth. The truth is that this is not the truth. Most people are not just streaming for themselves. They're streaming for that lotto ticket potential chance for like, well, if I get 10 viewers now and 20 viewers next month and then 40 and then 80. And so, yeah, that's pretty addictive to have happen. And almost every streamer is going to start at 0 viewers and eventually work their way up to what they plateau at. And when they start plateauing is when it starts to feel bad. And then maybe they even see it decline a bit. And then, yeah. So what I've done, you can see nowhere on this UI do I have the view count. If I click this button, I can see it finally. And so I can know how many people are watching through that. But I realized that was toxic for myself and started hiding that. But this is the hedonic treadmill. You get used to a level, you adapt to it. And then any deviation from there is noticeable. I remember in 3rd grade, hang on one second. Okay. Sorry, my wife is talking very animatedly on the phone. Remember in 3rd grade, I got a problem marked off as wrong. We were learning to reduce fractions to their simplest form. Reduced it to 1, got marked off, claiming it should have been 1 over 1. Yeah, I remember this didn't happen to me, but in my math class, there was a question where it said like, I'll just use this as an example. It was like, okay, hey, simplify this fraction, and so it was 2 over 1, and 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 then another answer did not actually say simplify the answer, so the person answered it without simplifying it to its reduced form. And the teacher marked it wrong, and he was arguing, why would you have explicitly said it for this one but not for this one? But this is kind of far from the topic now. A lot of similar ones out there. Generalizing all gamers, it's short-sighted. That applies to a lot of other things too. Yeah. So just to be clear, the thing that started this generalization is I was saying that I think on average streamers have a higher ego than non-streamers. And then I said I've actually kind of taken this to the extreme, right? I have documented every single person I've met through Twitch, some of which are streamers, and I can kind of just do a mental run through that list and think about who I've met. And yeah, generally higher ego. So yeah, I'm definitely speaking from my own experience here. I do think generalizations are not always helpful. But I think the signs point to why that would be the case. Is the pursuit of happiness ego-driven? I think we're getting into unproductive territory if the answer is no. I think oh yeah, it's pretty intertwined because it's hard to answer a question like this. It's like asking, is every action intrinsically selfish? Because even if you're donating to charity, you're doing it for some sense of satisfaction that you get. Hey, Namsek, thank you for the raid. I actually only happened to notice that because I looked over. But if I hadn't done that, then yeah, I'm behind on chat by 10 minutes right now. So for anyone just dropping in, we're having a conversation about ego in the software world. And I'm going through every single chat message. So right now I'm at the messages from 1250 and it's currently 102. So I'm very delayed on chat. So Namsek, thank you very much for the raid. And I hope your stream went well. So to just kind of sum up the topic so far, I was saying I think I'm a very high ego person. I apparently has not shown through the stream because a lot of people have said they haven't seen that. But I know what my own actions are outside of the stream, and I know how I think. So I've been trying to address that, and we've been having a conversation about all of this. Yeah. Some people get upset with when their code gets called trash. I don't take it personally. I think that's good. I think this is what I was talking about earlier was communication patterns and how different cultures have different ways of communicating so that you could say something like, hey, you look good today in one culture to another culture. And they would be like, what's wrong with my appearance? That they would comment on that. And then another culture might be like, oh, awesome. Thanks. I appreciate the compliment. And then a third culture might say, oh, that's just a neutral way of greeting people. And so, yeah, when someone calls your code trash, it could be that they're out to make you feel bad. It could be that they're out to help you. It could be that they just calls them like they sees them. It could be anything. And and how you take it too, I think plays into that, what your upbringing was. Any idea of domain-driven design or architecture? Can't get my head around it. Started today. I'm going to leave this for a different time, Socking Guy, because I wanted to talk about ego today. But if you ask me on Discord, send me a PM. Don't ask that in an interview. Do you have a therapist? No, so most of the big tech companies have health benefits that include like vision and dental and usually some kind of therapy. Yeah, I will. I'll have to take a look at this for sure. Yeah. How I did a Twitch channel discussion on ego as a millionaire. I'm not looking to make a series out of this or anything. I just wanted to see what comes out of this conversation. And honestly, this is pretty helpful for me to just talk about and kind of see what people think about this. I don't need a therapist with you guys. Shouldn't be what are you supposed to be perceived as, but rather what are you actually trying to do? Lack of truth is really detrimental. What was this in relation to? Yeah, I'm not sure what this was in relation to. Spent 4 hours fleshing out the subject of ego. It sounds like from what people said about, yeah, so this is the message I got about Dr. K. I'm not familiar with Dr. K, but a Harvard psychiatrist means I'm probably not, what's the word, qualified to speak about this as much, which is why I wanted this to be a conversation. And a lot of what I'm sharing are my own personal observations. You're not your thoughts. It's okay for a thought to come and go too. I think this is important too. And actually, one of the things that I've spent time, active time that I've set aside for meditation before, where I would do X minutes per day, and I thought it was great. And as of late, what I'm going to try to do, and it's hard to remind myself of this, is when I feel stressed to just meditate and recognize that you are on the side of a highway and all of these cars whizzing past you are just your thoughts. And it's okay to just let them pass and not be like, who's that driver as they pass by? Just kind of be a bystander. Constantine approach, there's my way and they're idiots. A lot better your current company. Yeah, it makes you wonder how much of this is your perspective changing and how much of it is that the jobs are actually different, because company culture can certainly breed that. It's not so much an ego thing, it's a maturity as an engineer thing. As you get more experience, realize that pure engineering is less important than business, marketing, timing. I think so. I can agree with the sentiment here, but the beginning part, I think having that as your first thought that you go to and why you wouldn't want to work for someone is an ego thing. But yeah, I agree about the general importance. I just think what's going through my head is also pretty important. Where did I learn to code? Any resources used online? Is this an actual question for me? Because if it is, the ACJ command will tell you. I don't know if it was some other context I'm missing though. He's going to learn about the business side of materializing ideas. Yeah, totally. Yeah, for sure. And I recognize this. I recognize when something's holding me back sometimes, but I don't necessarily take the steps to improve it. And I try to. I try to always overcome my pride, but yeah, sometimes it's not easy. And I think the time when it should be easiest is when it comes to apologizing to people. I think that's the time you always owe it to the other person. If it's, you're not taking a job because you feel like it's beneath you, okay, fine, you're not really hurting somebody. But when you have hurt somebody already and then you feel your pride is like, well, I can't admit that I was wrong. That's bad. Hey Ray, yeah, it is a big one for sure. And also, yeah, hi Remy and Bamscape. There's a healthy gamer egg episode. Oh, gamer GG. Sorry, I read that. Gamer egg episode on YouTube where he spoke a lot about ego. I found it really helpful. A lot of what he said makes sense. You might want to check it out. Yeah, if you don't mind linking it to me, I'll copy paste what you said right now in case I don't see a follow up message, and that way I can seek it out. But yeah, I'm interested in this. Yeah, horses have healing properties. They know the cure spell. Yeah, if this is what I'm thinking of, this is that site that links things like number of pirates in the world and global warming or global climate change. It might be that. One with Asmongold on laziness, as well as the one with Devin Nash on imposter syndrome. Yeah, I'll have to check out Dr. K. A bunch of people have definitely suggested checking it out. Is it actually possible to not be stubborn but having high ego? Are they always related? I think they go hand in hand because when you have a really high ego and you think that, oh, what you're doing is right, you're smarter than everybody, that you start to discredit or discount other people's opinions. And like I said, I saw this happening even with myself with small things where they would say something like, here's a statistic that I read. And I'm like, are they interpreting that correctly? Is that really the statistics? Like, I don't know. And then I realized, like, I do the same stuff. So why would I judge them for that? How many viewers did you have when you first started streaming? You mean like way back in the day? So actually, on day one, it ended up being an average of like 33. I had posted on Reddit just before streaming, so that kind of got a boost. But if you want to find the full stats, I think if you check out, um, I think Sullyno might be a command, or if not, I can just link in. You can look at the long-term stats of the channel. This is going to take forever to load, isn't it? Okay, never mind. Well, that might be true, Shuffles. Yeah, it might be. Easy to project. I think the interview thought you had is something. Oh, the interview thoughts I had. I see what you're saying. Is something everyone can relate to in different situations. At a certain point, you just prefer to surround yourself with similar people. Pretty much the standard in sport. I realized I didn't want to play some competitive games with friends or worse. Yeah, that's one part of it, I guess. And actually, the example you gave resonates with me, not because of sports, because of yeah. Just anyway, yeah, that's one part of it, but I don't think that's the driving factor so much. Although that is something I should consider. Yeah. But I don't think it came down to I'm worried about how I'll grow as an engineer at this company. I think it was more like I'm worried that this is just going to keep driving in my own failures home. Do you think ego impacted your Botland project at all and contributed to not being a success? Probably to some small amount. I think the bigger amounts were like product issues. I have written this post mortem that I'll link into you. And I have a section in here. Let me link it to myself now. So I don't want to scroll down in chat and lose my place. So if we scroll down to, yeah, so this part, the postmortem part, and I wrote there were a lot of reasons why it had done poorly. Like the core of the game is complex. The onboarding experience felt like a tutorial. It's a niche game to begin with. There was no real like storyline. Yeah, the graphics weren't what people might expect. The scripting aspect kind of turned some people off and was hidden. And so there were a lot of reasons. I don't think many of these had to do with ego directly. I think I just was too optimistic and hopeful. Yeah. Yeah. So, hi, everybody. I don't know if you're still here. This is now 10 minutes ago. Pretty big ego, and I'm pretty insecure at the same time. You need a big ego to be a freelance consultant. But internally, there's always those second guesses. Yeah. Okay. So, this is something that I think is really interesting to talk about, which is just knowing what other people think can be comforting. And I don't mean like reading someone's mind, but for example, when our state allowed people to hang out again while we were still in isolation, so we could start having get-togethers with the 5 and then 10 people. I went to the first get-together in like 3 months, and one person there said something along the lines of, "Yeah, I'm just so awkward now that I haven't been around people." And that's something that probably a lot of us can relate to now, right? Like you hopefully haven't been hanging out with the same number of people you were hanging out with before. And so you've probably lost some of the social edge you might have had. I don't mean like an advantage. I just mean the skills to communicate with people, to make good jokes, to tell salient stories. And so having Godik say something like, "Look, I'm a consultant. I do a lot of impressive things, but yes, I still feel insecure sometimes." It's like it's important to some extent that we share this with each other and recognize that these are common problems to some extent. So thank you, Godik. I appreciate that. That makes me feel good. I respect Gotik, by the way, guys. Godik's been in this channel for a while. Seems like a smart person. Rage goes bird. Sometimes a big ego can be a way to shield your insecurity. Yeah, it makes me wonder how much, a lot of people have talked about imposter syndrome, which I think is insecurity in the wrong direction there. It's like you're better than you think you are. Whereas I think the insecurity here that big ego would be shielding is that you're worse than you think you are. Yeah. Kid in my math class who answered a problem wrong and started an argument with the teacher, saying that because of the spacing, it belonged to one to the other. Oh boy. Have I been getting fat lately? No, well, I probably have gained weight. Like I said, I stopped going to the gym because it just opened today. And the gym I was going to is one of those big chain gyms, and I don't know how to cancel easily. I found some advice online saying you can email them, but you're supposed to like mail something in, and it just sounds like it's a big pain, and people still get charged afterward anyway. So I ordered resistance bands, and I'm gonna start using those more. Probably go to the gym again starting next year sometime. Do I like TypeScript? I like it well enough. I haven't used it extensively. I only spent the time learning it. Yeah, I agree with this, Koja, and that's what I'm saying. I think is the first step to any sort of problem solving is literally awareness. It's very hard to accidentally solve a problem. So first thing you need to do is like admit that there is one, just be aware that it's a thing. Then you weigh all your options, figure out, okay, is it worth working on? How much is it impacting my life? And yeah, this is something I thought was impacting my life enough. I want to try to change how I think, which I think is going to be difficult. Do you know of MBTI personality test? Yeah, I think, and I don't put a whole lot of stock in this, but I think it always came up in J, and then I think there's like a turbulent qualifier at the end of that might have been there too. He doesn't talk about technical topics. I see. Yeah. Hey, Sandy Leos. I'm doing well. Today's been a very interesting day. We started by doing a bunch of behavioral questions, mostly for Amazon, because I have an interview on Friday. And then, as talking about all of this as part of it, I wanted to talk about ego and kind of how I felt about this. And it's been a really good conversation so far. I'm still 10 minutes behind on chat, by the way. Hey, Vatzel. It's mindfulness meditation actually works. Yeah, and I'm sure that it works when you remember to do it. So you have to be mindful to even be mindful. It's like this onion of mindfulness. It's a critically important view. You can have a lot of potentially high ego thoughts. It's important how you act on those. Yeah, and what I want to do is cut down on the thoughts as well. Although cutting down on the actions is certainly an easier step to take, and I'm trying to do that. So there are little things that I've noticed. I talk about the word influencer from time to time, and I talk about it from the dictionary definition of literally person who influences. So in some sense, you're all influencers because you probably have said like, "Hey, you should try this flavor of ice cream," and someone went and tried that. You influence them to do that thing. Cool, totally harmless way of influencing somebody. There are ways that you can harmfully influence somebody without even realizing that you've done it, and one of those ways is negative gossip. So you share an opinion about somebody where you're like, "Hey, have you ever noticed that this person does this annoying thing?" And they had never noticed it before, but now they notice it, and now it's weighing on their thoughts. So I think that even things like that, changing my actions, has it's still been tough, but it's easier than changing my thoughts. For like, there have been times when I wanted to like, "Hey, I have a judgment about that person," and I think I shouldn't share that because I might influence this other person to think that way. Very successful at business while not knowing how to create a new folder. I think it's great that you realize this and are courageous to ask about this. Personally, when I was hardcore techie who cares about code and tech more than business, I was trapped in ego. Yeah, and to be a little clearer, maybe the CTO would still be like a respectable engineer. It's just that they weren't. I have kind of an analogy for this. Up until I was maybe like 20, everyone who was working was just older than me by default. As in, that's just how I saw them. So when you're 12 and you're in whatever seventh grade and you see a teacher, they're guaranteed to be older than you, right? Eventually, there's a point in your life where you have a teacher who you're older than them. And so it was kind of the same thing where the title of CTO just automatically meant, oh, they're smarter than me. They know more than I do. Otherwise, how would they be a CTO, right? And then I started talking to people and I realized, I've progressed far enough in my career now where, yeah, I might know as much about technology, at least as some of these people. Maybe not as much about business, maybe not as much about managing a team, but that shouldn't stop me from working for a company. And that's what I felt was the high ego thing. Now, I should still completely, like I said, I always want to see the truth. So if the company seems like a bad company, that's a reason not to work for them. And that's a judgment that is safe to make. But saying that, well, this person didn't know the same technology as me, or they don't know the same techniques, or I don't think that's a good judgment to make. Without actually expanding and being specific, some people choose and answer that question and build it. Oh, you're saying this is essentially an axiom. It's the point from which you start and then derive all of your other conclusions. All right, I see what you mean. Well, I think there's still a nuance here that I might be missing. What is this about? Yeah. I feel like it's really important to talk about imposter syndrome if you haven't already. Yeah, I agree. We were saying that earlier, like a big ego is sort of the opposite of imposter syndrome. And so a big ego is typically you believe that you're better than you are, and imposter syndrome is typically you believe that you're worse than you are. And that's where I was saying I think getting your ego to zero is not wise unless you're in isolation. I was saying like the monk lifestyle. I think then it's maybe okay, maybe you could actually do it. But otherwise, like we live with people, your ego probably helps you in some way live in a society of people. So I think both extremes are bad, is my point. So there's some nice middle ground where you're proud of your accomplishments, you pat yourself on the back, you don't lord it over other people. When they approach you with curiosity, you answer with respect. I wonder if meditation helps. It probably does. I think a lot of meditation is just about mindfulness, and any thought running through your head, being mindful about it would let you course correct. I did not pursue a master's degree. No, I was done with school when I'd done 4 years. Isn't the issue though? I don't feel. Remember a quote from somewhere, which is, "You're not responsible for your first thought. You're responsible for your second and your first action." Yeah, second thought and first action. Then mine, the first thought can be egotistical as long as you check it with a second thought. Yeah, I like that. I think it's true. I think there's probably some level of thought process that you can't address. I think it's really good. I'll write that down. What are some mistakes or things you wish you knew starting out your career? The biggest piece of advice I always give to people who ask this is don't be afraid to ask questions. And typically, what I mean here are technical questions. You don't want to get into a case where, "Oh, I really should have asked this a week ago," and then that becomes, "I really should have asked this a year ago," and then, well, at this point, I'm too afraid to ask, so I'll just never know this thing. That's really bad. So if you feel like, "Hey, I have been using the English language for 10 years and I don't know what miscellaneous means," then ask. No, it's not a big deal. I don't think, and the converse of that is never shun people for seeking out knowledge, even if you feel as though they should have it. I think there's a give and take there too, where if someone asks you every single day, "Hey, how do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this?" And it's just the same question every day, it's like, okay, you should really be learning. You should be taking notes. But if they're just seeking out knowledge, help them. Defense mechanism for them. They're so insecure on the inside. Yeah, it sounds like these two things may be linked. Being insecure and having a high ego may be linked. Yeah. View age. I'm not sure if that's there's like followed. I think is a command. I don't know what. Maybe that's what you're looking for. Yeah, I think it used to be called follow age, and I think that's a command that I didn't want people spamming, so I changed it to followed. I think botland problems are game related, not by ego. Maybe marketing, but not by ego. Yeah, and maybe I dropped the ball a bit on marketing, but I still think, like I said, I think even if there was $1 million marketing budget, I still don't think the game would have done well. I think it was just bleeding out players, even when there was a large influx. And thanks, Sad Fella. If you know about it, what are your opinions on Notify Me? If this is Jamie Pine's thing, I only know of it, so I don't know enough to have an opinion on it. So yeah, I can't really say much. And if it's something else, then I don't know about it. Why do you do so much interview prep just to get a job at one of those big companies? I think it'll make you happy. Oh, will it make you happy to work there? Or is it just boosting your ego? This is kind of why we started having this conversation, because people are asking like, "Hey, do you know what you want?" First of all, I have no clue. Like, I realize that I think what I want is what was happening the last 5 years. So I think that's the thing I've concluded. What I want is Adam Learns to be a thing, and where we went to is it's kind of that mentality of, okay, if I'm smarter than the CTO, let's go to a company where I'm not smarter than the CTO. So like Google, and I think that's what led to that. Now, would I be happy working for Google? At least right now, I think so. Would I be happy working for any big company? No. So I want to be certain that what I'm doing is going to work. There's a point where someone ties something so close to their identity that by attacking that thing, you're attacking that person. And we see this now with the divisiveness on the internet, and just a lot of it's happening in America as well. But to the point where let's take something hopefully relatively innocuous, which is like a flat Earth. The identity, I think a lot of this stems from a feeling of belonging more so than a belief. And so if you started to say something like the earth isn't flat, you're attacking the person at that point by saying like you're an idiot for believing in this. And people don't like that. So when you attach something to an identity, it becomes very tough to separate the two. And I've always wanted to make sure that I'm doing the best thing for whatever is happening at the particular time. So for example, I spent some crazy amount of hours, right? Like 120 hours doing interview prep. As people, we want to know that we've invested our time well. So it would suck to know, yeah, this all went for nothing. But if all that process was to help some people along the way and help me realize what I wanted, I think that's okay. So I'm only kind of orthogonally answering this question. The short story is I don't know what I want. I'm totally okay with all this interview prep going to waste if I end up being happy in the end. Well, I'm not totally happy about it. I wasn't happy even doing it in the first place. So I guess I'm no less happy about it if it, because I already saw it as a waste. At what point do you just ask your credit card company? I think after you've stated to the gym that you don't want a membership anymore, like give them at least a chance to cancel it, because otherwise, I might want to go back at some point in the future, and I don't want to get like blacklisted from this. Yeah, now to wait for his reply. It did take 10 minutes. It was a pretty straightforward Dr. K. How do you go? Okay, yeah, I'll save this one. Thanks for linking it, and thank you, Naughty. How do you negotiate salary? I think you might have asked a question like this before, but either way, that's not really a topic for this stream. Yep, you're an influencer. Yeah, I actually don't. I think it was Jay that I was saying. Joey tries to help his friend Ross. We just can't. They ended up paying a new subscription. Ah, yes, Ross, the largest of the friends. Holding your opinion about someone. On the other side of that, I'd rather know what your opinion is, and I'd be able to use that as additional information for me to make a more informed opinion. I don't think everyone works this way, and that's where I think the danger is. There are some people who say they want feedback and then do very poorly with it. There are some people who say they want feedback and just clearly just don't want feedback. They don't even like handle it defensively. And there's some people who say they want feedback and actually want feedback. And you can't know from someone's words what they really want because of all these layers of upbringing and culture and how we communicate with one another. So you have to base it on their actions. Like, did I give them feedback and they worked on it? Did I give them feedback and they blew up in my face? So this is where some level of trust has to be there. They mean what they say. Do have problems with ego and striving to always be the authority. If you want, you can look up character development paths and specific tips. Work great for me. I'll write that down, Interfector. Thank you. Hey, Andrea. The possible to fluctuate between big ego and imposter syndrome? Probably. They're both probably some form of defense mechanism. Well, how is imposter syndrome a defense mechanism? I feel like this is kind of where self-pity plays in. Maybe that's why imposter syndrome happens. Maybe it's to shirk responsibility so that we could just say like, well, I wasn't good enough, so I don't have to do big things. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's probably possible to fluctuate between them. Who is this miscellaneous? Yeah, just someone I met in the dictionary. I think, yeah, I think a master's degree is potentially helpful. With it comes another at least a year of education, so like that in itself can have some value. And then some jobs are sometimes closed off to people who don't have at least master's degree, typically more research jobs. Hey, you don't know as much as you think you do. Keep learning. I agree. I agree. Hey, Moonscript. The link is absolute. Well, for me, it's something I hadn't thought of until this stream, and then enough people said it where I wanted to write it down. It lapsed. I don't think many people would talk about it, especially on Twitch. You have a big ego. Almost everyone tells you this. There are pros and cons. The only way to survive. So many people who pretend to know about IT. Yeah, it's funny because I think a decent amount of people have said like, "Yeah, I'm high ego too," but I see it as an issue for myself, and I want to work on that. And I wonder how much of my identity is tied to this, and in ways that are uncovered yet by me. I think I said that backwards, but in ways that I haven't figured out. Yeah, Andriana, yeah, thanks for sharing. And Dude says, I have a big ego, strong imposter syndrome at the same time. It's not really opposite. It's more a true feeling, and the ego can be a layer on top of it. I see what you're saying. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. I guess they're pretty much defense mechanisms, pretty much. I'll copy paste it. Yeah. Whether all the interview prep leads to getting a job or not, it wasn't for nothing. Process of doing this has been. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Totally. I totally agree with that. I think that I don't say this to sound self-important, but I think what I would have done with the time would have also been of value to other people. Then again, I guess I started learning things that would help me toward a job, knowing that I would eventually get one. Anyway, yeah, I think it might be a combination. I don't know about amazingly self-aware, or else I probably would have corrected this sooner. I think I've been introspecting a lot over the last month, but I definitely think this part's true. That people don't say these things out loud. I mean, everyone around you could be suffering from all the same problems as you, and a lot of times you wouldn't know it unless they said it. We are very good at wearing masks, despite people not wanting to wear masks. Quote of the century, everybody. Normally, new graduates go for the highest paid job. What would you say is the best trait you should look for in a company for people who are new to programming, their working world? Everyone has a different set of criteria that they want to satisfy. For some people, money is just going to be the main criterion, and in that case, money is what you look for. Fine. For some people, it's going to be career advancement. For others, it's going to be working on a cool project, or maybe like space travel kind of thing. So I don't think there's one general answer I can give. It would have to be just look inside yourself, see what you want, and recognize that whatever job you get doesn't have to last for too long anyway. And yeah, that'll help you narrow it down over as you go. Very enlightening to see what techniques there are, giving effective feedback. Yeah, this is part of the ego thing that I felt as well, which was that there's a way of discussing with someone to get them to see your point. And a lot of this is the Socratic method of just like ask a lot of questions. And so you just lob a bunch of softball questions to somebody. This can seem kind of didactic if you're talking to a friend. So I think it's good to still ask questions. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to steer more toward asking questions rather than stating them as assumptions. So for example, if someone is like, "Hey, I think this," I'm trying to think of an innocuous example here. I think that the battle system in Paper Mario is really bad. And they'd be like, oh, well, how would you feel if they had done this instead? And get their take on that, and kind of lead a little bit with the questions rather than saying like, well, I think you're wrong, and here's why. And like you can have those conversations about Paper Mario, right? But yeah, in the workplace, you can't really do that. Just outright say like you're wrong about that. Well, you can sometimes. I shouldn't make generalizations, but it's less accepted. Oh, hey, we're finally at the bottom of chat. Hate measuring years in this constant competition to do things earlier and earlier. I think a 50-year-old getting a job at Google should be seen as just as successful. Yeah, I feel like time has dilated along the accomplishment timeline for people. So I think that at least in America, the average age for marriage was probably like early to mid 20s at the start of the 20th century. Now, and again, I don't actually have the stats on this, but now I imagine it's shifting more toward 30. And even something like this is it ends up changing kind of the next 5, 10 years of your life. So I think this concept of being on track, one thing I've realized from a lot of friends is that they are definitely still hammering down their direction in their 20s and 30s and only kind of feel like they've got it when they're in their 40s. And even then, it's typically just because, well, at this point, shifting would be very difficult. And then I can't really generalize about 50s and 60s too much. Yeah. For each, so it people knowing that they can trust that you want the feedback and that they can give it to you. Yeah, totally. I think that's good if you can establish that. But if you can't establish that, it's very tough because you always kind of have to wonder that, like the perfect conversation about feedback works something like this. Like person A says, here's some feedback. Person B either says like I don't agree or I'll agree, I'll work on it, and here's how I'll work on it. This is the perfect conversation. So I say something like, hey, you're late to these get togethers and I don't like it. It makes me feel bad. And the other person's like, well, I don't think I'm going to change that. And here's why. Or they say, yeah, you know what? I didn't know it affected you that way. And I'm going to try to do this. And if you ever need to, feel free to tell me again in the future. Like either one of those, great conversation, right? There's a lot of times though, you'll hear something like this. So here's some feedback. And then the other person will say something like, that's really great. I'll try to work on that. And then you don't see it and you wonder, did they not really agree? Did they not recognize when they could apply it? Did they forget? Did they hate my guts? Someone give me a hammer, you mean? Fully agree. You expose so much in the world. Well, thank you, Andy. How long do you think your ego is bigger than your liking? Well, so when you identify something, you start to look back at like what were some early signs of this, and I think it was is pretty early. So probably my whole life. Well, let's just say like when I was a teenager. So yeah, most of my like adult life. Parts of the project that you've programmed. Oh, it was me all along. Is that what this is? So hey, Ski Dog. Think you should start learning Vim as your default text editor? This is very out of the blue. Huh. Oh, so this actually has gone on? What, 7 for men and 6 for women? So on average, 6.5, I guess if you could say it that way. Wow, though. That is a pretty significant change. And yeah, by the way, like I was saying, this leads to other things. I bet the average age to have kids is slightly higher than it was in 1900, of course. I think the average age to settle into your career, I bet that's probably gone up a tiny bit. But I think that has to do with how much education people are pursuing. So 4 years, 6 years, 8 years. All of us are late 20s. Yeah. Someone who codes 12 hours a day, 6 days a week for 10 years. Yeah. Well, and even then, it's like we evaluate ourselves based on other people's metrics that aren't even important to us. Someone who codes for 8 hours a day, whose job is just developer, is very different from a lead who gets to code for maybe 1 hour a day. And so, of course, the just straight up developer might be better at developing than, but it's like those aren't the metrics you should judge yourself by. Shifting in a direction where tradition is less important in favor of doing what practically benefits you the most. Yeah, this is very interesting to see play out. One thing that I think, so apparently every generation wants to feel like the last generation was dumb and the next generation is ruining everything. But something that's actually true about this, I feel, is with how fast technology is progressing, we have the most differences now from the last generation as any other time in history. So you could think of some like crazy inventions that changed everything, like the printing press or the steam engine. And even then, I don't think it's like the time just before that and the time just after that has big of a difference as like the time before the internet and the time after the internet. So that impacts every part of life. And I was saying this on a small level. Ego leads to language, actions, thoughts. And just the language part, when we were talking about this earlier, with the advent of the internet, you now have a bunch of non-native speakers using languages, not even necessarily English, although a lot of people do use English on the internet. And so it morphs the language. And so you'll see a lot of people type a lot as one word or not know how to put an apostrophe in it. And eventually enough usage of that, and this just becomes the norm. Now that's the word in the language. And so I think it's the same for kind of everything here we talked about, like ego also shifting in when someone gets a job at 21 versus someone who started their job at 50. It's like you shouldn't feel better than the other person for that. Take a test to see a 9 personality profile. I think I've heard of something like this. Apparently, this test also costs a lot of money per person. And I think these tests are good if they have some sort of proof and some research behind them that they work. A lot of things are changing and people can't afford to be married. Yeah, relationships are changing. Yeah. So like dating pickup lines or coding pickup lines, excuse me. Yeah, here's some feedback I don't want to hear. This is like the worst way of having the conversation. Or here's some feedback, you're an idiot. So yeah, the ignored feedback, you never really know why did they not take it. And I had this happen. I don't know if I've ever shared the story. It's not good or bad or anything, but I was biking with a friend of mine and I was biking a little too close to pedestrians on the road. And hang on one second. Okay, I got about 10 minutes left. So we're going to say 152. I'll actually try to wrap this up. So, all right, quick story. I was biking with a friend. I was biking too close to pedestrians, and he's like, Adam, what are you doing? Like, you should try to be as predictable as possible. You're biking around pedestrians. You don't want them to feel like you're a danger to them. And then, like a minute later, I biked too close to a pedestrian. But what happened is I agreed with his feedback, and then I forgot when to apply it. It's not that I ignored him. It's not that I even disagreed. And then after that, I realized, oh my God, I learned a very important thing about feedback that day. So the important thing that I learned there is you also need to apply that affordance to other people. They will likely forget they're people, and whatever led to you giving them feedback in the first place must have been a pattern enough in their brains or their actions such that it's not like one tiny admonishment is going to change it. And this is where I think we all need a little bit more patience. Okay, let me try to scroll through chat a little bit faster. I'll just copy paste this for now. I think my wife wants to eat lunch. Also, it's like way later than I know. I haven't taken a single break. It's been 5 hours of me sitting at a computer right now. I haven't stood up. My legs are probably dead. Set my age filter to 28. Probably go one higher, 29. Well, a lot of it's not a word yet, but I'm saying if enough people use it, it will be. It's like how literally now means figuratively, and inflammable and flammable mean the same thing. Like these weren't always the case, but enough people would say it a certain way where, yeah, now it's the case. And now when you say literally, we don't know what you mean. I know that this historically has had more uses of it when it meant figuratively, even by famous authors. So, but I think my point stands. Language changes. Okay, well, I really like this conversation that we had. I know now it's going to be linked to a VOD that's going to be titled Behavioral Question Prep. And the last like 2 hours has really been about ego. So I could maybe make a highlight for that. A highlight for ego conversation. But like I said, I really appreciate this, you guys. So thanks for bearing with me. I kind of bore my soul a bit today, more than I normally do. I'll probably be online tomorrow, although I don't know what we're going to do. So who's online? Let's host this person, Dr. Javasaurus. Oh, somebody without an ego. Okay, I gotta get going, guys. Thanks again. See you later. Bye.